Dean. Let's get that bread. Hey everyone, it's I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with Mr. Pag, and also everyone say hello to Deshi. Hello, Deshi. So we were just talking about something really interesting. I was talking about inflation. You saw my last video. You saw me complain about Turkey and the food, not the country, and the inflation is affecting the mortgage housing rate. And I actually have two friends that are buying a house like right now. Like they should know by tomorrow if their offer was accepted. But as Danielle knows, and as you know, you can't just offer, like if a house is going for 500,000, like, oh, let me offer 45. Like people are going like, oh, let me offer 515 or 520, like over asking. Why? Is it the Fed? Is it just lack of inventory? What's going on?
It's strictly lack of inventory. That's it. There's nothing more to say about it. It's also frustration built into the metric because of people that obviously buyers that I've represented, obviously realtors that have put offers in for their particular clients. When I've had listings, they express what they had gone through, and it's just like they're just so drawn out of putting offers in. They just get to a point where it's like, you know what, we're just going to put in such a ridiculous number, and we're going to obviously waive, which are the other parameters that are involved. We're going to waive the appraisal. We're going to waive inspection. We're just going to waive everything. So it doesn't matter.
Can you do that? Can you waive inspection?
Absolutely. Well, you're waiving. Every buyer hires a home inspector before they buy to get a list of items in the house. When they say they waive inspections, they're going to take it as is, just at least for their home inspection is just for information purposes only. They basically waive it minus environmental and structural. So as long as the environmental is good, there's no oil tanks in the ground, or there's no structural integrity challenges like maybe foundational cracks or anything like that has to do with maybe like faulty chimneys or anything like serious.
Yeah.
They're just waiving it. They don't care that there's wires sticking out. They don't care that they're just waiving it because look, I mean, if you're a seller and you have a buyer and you're selling, if you say 500 and you got a buyer that wants to pay 525, but you're going to be privy to whatever they're going to request from home inspections. Yeah. They may request you to be doing stuff that you might not have as a seller. Some people are a little older, or they're disabled, or they just don't have the resources or money to fix those particular items that are being requested from the buyer's home inspection. So the buyers, that have maybe a lower, maybe like instead of 525, maybe they're looking to do 515, but they're waiving everything. I mean, so you got to realize this is just a little bit. I mean, they're going 100,000 over asking price. This is not 15, 20 grand. It's 80, 100, 120.
And that's for a $500,000 house.
Yeah, they're waiving the appraisal too. Like we have a home that obviously my wife's listing, and I obviously GC the job, and we didn't sell it, we didn't list it because the buyers came to us before we got a chance to list it with their realtor, and we're like, listen, don't list it. We'll give you 715. We'll waive everything. We don't even care. If it doesn't matter what it appraises for, it doesn't matter. They were putting like 400,000 down. They were like, we're good. It's a legal 2-family. And we renovated from soup to nuts, everything, roof, the heating system, electrical. Long story short, the appraisal came in at 615, 100,000 less than what the offer was. And arguably 75,000 less than what we were listing it for. It's just, it's a real generic appraisal. Don't get me wrong, but these buyers, no problem.
They don't care.
No problem. Even obviously, it's everything we did brand new, so it was really nothing. No really much home inspection requests because it's all new anyway. But even the little things that we just did it anyway. Is it just a courtesy? And the little stuff, maybe like the paint went over the window was a little in the basement, a little hard. We just make it a little more, put locks in the windows. That's it, man. What's up, Nate?
So to conspiracy theory here, because my friend Lida stumbled on this, and I'm sure you know it. Is that it seems like the Chinese government is giving their citizens oodles of cash to come to the U.S., specifically on the East Coast. And I've seen it in Maspeth, I've seen it in Queens, I've seen it in a lot of different places, and they're just buying everything up. Are the people that you see are buying these, do they happen to be Chinese citizens, or are they just whoever, just people with money?
It's interesting you say that. So there are particular. So obviously, closer to the GWB on the other side, on the Jersey side, Edgewater, Fort Lee, Englewood Cliffs, like areas like that. There's some like particular communities, Korean and of Asian communities.
Yeah.
That are just, I mean, so much that even the advertisements on billboards are in their language. It's just like their own little area.
Yeah.
And so we've dealt with particular agents from there that are representing clients, but nothing like what you're saying with respect to like having, some kind of a motive because they have extra money or they're getting money from their country or China or anything like that. We haven't seen that. Don't get me wrong. We have had a major move from boroughs, specifically Brooklyn and Queens, as potential buyers in the homes that we've listed. And obviously, when we have representing buyers, we're online to go to the home, the open house.
Yeah.
We speak with other realtors while we're online. Their clients are from Brooklyn or Queens and some Staten Island and even some Long Island, depends. Mm-hmm. But that's just a movement based on they want to get a better bang for their buck with respect to the actual size of the land that they live on and the fact that they have a little bit of elbow room on each side of their house and not like butted up against a 3-foot setbacks. It's just they have 15 feet on each side, or they have a backyard. And also the taxes. Obviously, Queens, as you know, Brooklyn, they're in the 15 to 18 to 25 to $30,000 in taxes. Over here, you can get 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and be good. And the value over there, you're looking at like 850 to 950 to 1.1, and you're just getting like whatever. Over here, you're spending 450, 550, 650, and you're getting Shangri-La.
Yeah.
So between what you could get, a better bang for your buck and the taxes, it's just worth just jumping over the river and doing it, and you're a suburb out of an urban center like Jersey City or like Newark. You're a suburb out of that. So you're close to it. You're close to transportation. You can still function.
So it's a really good point. It is. So it's funny you say that with the taxes. Because if you go out on Long Island, you can usually get something for anywhere like 10 to maybe like 13,000 a year for taxes on the house, which is still better than like the city is better. It's better than the places that you were mentioning. But a lot of other people like Danielle, she's like, well, I see that, and then she looks at like Florida, where the property taxes are like nothing.
3, 4, 5 grand.
It's nuts.
It depends on the section of Florida. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there's areas that are in the 15 grand, 20 grand range. Obviously closer to the borders and the beaches, but I mean, like 20 minutes to 30 minutes outside of the beach, you can get your 5-6 grand and have a nice home. Absolutely.
So there's obviously a lot that people are doing with money. I would hope that, I know it's lack of inventory, so you might not be selling as many homes, but hopefully your commissions are a little bit higher on each home that you sell. I know that you have been looking to sell a couple of the Grails that you have. Is that to have gems for what's coming? Is that to cash out gems and get USDT to buy OMI or something else? Or is it you looking to sell those to get other Grails?
Well, anything that my entire collection is for sale.
Mm-hmm.
I have never had an opportunity in this, and obviously haven't even been a full year yet that I've been in Veve,
Mm-hmm.
and I haven't had the opportunities that have come my way. I've taken advantage of them. It's like, look, if you bought something like I did back in June or July of 2021, and you spend $5,000, doesn't matter how many gems it bought you. Just say you got what you got in a Grail.
Yeah.
If someone wanted to pay you $100,000 30 days later, or $100,000 3 months later, or $100,000 6 months later, it's one of those things. It's like if everything's for sale if the price is right. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the things that I have for sale or that I have for trade. Obviously, the NFT transfer is obviously disabled for now, but I've always had all of my items in the scope of, it's not like I got diamond hands. I'm saying, there are people that just do not sell for any number. They don't have a price. But I don't have a price either. But when I'm being offered, a number that is up and over what my expectations for maybe even a year from now or 2 years from now, I feel like my OMI investment from the sale of that item will have a better bang for its buck, and then I could probably get as equal of a mint or a lower mint or even possibly the same item back from the same person and still have extra OMI left over. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like weird, I mean, I don't necessarily have everything for sale. Like I put it up and expect it. I have a lot of stuff for showcase because I don't expect anybody to pay 150 to 250,000 gems for items that I have listed or more, and stuff. So that's a little more for showcase, but I have a lot of extra inventory, and the extra inventory that I have, they're Grail items, but it's one of them. If you want it, make me an offer. If you don't, that's all I'm buying in hands regardless. It's one of them items, and I love trading more than I love selling because of the extra inventory that I have. There's items that I particularly want, but because the actual market is so, inflated that obviously I'm a part of the inflated bubble because I have the items I'm looking to trade have the inflated numbers too. So a trade works. It's getting something I want that's not technically really something that I would buy or it's not really in my range of affordability. I could trade you something I have extra inventory of. You are going to get something, awesome too. I mean, listen, I'm having fun. I don't, you know what I mean? Like it's great. It's not like a flea market. But
I'm selling a lot of stuff right now.
Yeah, what I would do with whatever I get, if it's a sale, it depends. Obviously, if it's gems, it's gems, but you can't do that. You can't get gems. You know what I mean? So for me, it would be crypto, some kind of crypto. And I would either hold it in Tether or I would put it in OMI.
You said the strategy would be to get OMI and then to be able to, as OMI rises, let's say these collectibles, 5x or whatever, and OMI does a 10x, which brings us to 2.5 cents, which is really not that big.
They're not going to 5x, Randy. That's a fallacy. I don't want people to think that it's not like, what I'm trying to say is like a floor. Like a Spider-Man secret rare, what are we looking at? Like say 40K. It's not going to be a floor. Is not going to be 200K realistically. And if it is, it's not going to sell because if the floor is at 5K, they have to get sold for a floor to become to have a metric of a proof of sale. You know what I'm saying? And that's at 5x. It's unrealistic. I'm thinking maybe 2x. And that's why I'm putting it to OMI at 2x, and we're only at a half a penny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying right away.
You understand what I'm saying?
But I think that if Moonbirds, can have NFTs sell for over 100,000 and they're Moonbirds, and nobody really knew what it was until they really blew up like a couple weeks ago, before they got verified and whatever.
But we have but there's not. But what I'm trying to say is we have 1,000 Spider-Man secret rares that are available, and obviously the first 100 are not going to get sold. If some floor is 150 to 200K, what is the first 100 going to be? Million or more? No one's going to pay that kind of crazy money. So it's unrealistic that you're going to get a lot of sales up into 300,000-400,000, where it's going until a point where people just ain't going to start buying it anymore. So you get to a point where you're like, well, wait a minute, a 3x from here, you're at 7, just arguably nine under a penny. I say OMI gets there a lot faster and supersedes all-time high before the NFTs.
Before these get back to where they were in January.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. So even if it's a year, I don't see Grails being 5x from here. I mean, do I see that the actual floors go to 3 or 4x or 5x? Maybe, but just because they're floors, that doesn't mean that they're selling. We could right now just contact every single floor right now and say, hey, just put it at, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. That doesn't mean they're 5x, and that's artificial for them to sell. And we actually have less and less availability of those particular Grails or secret rares. then it's just a, you know, an illusion. But
So
when you have OMI really trading at a particular number, that's a real, you know what I mean? That's an exchange having it there.
yeah, it gets sold every second.
Right. That's real time.
But you don't think that, you know, as we get the web app in the next, you know, couple months, and people can not just put in a couple $100, $600, and they could put in however much they want, that in conjunction with a lot of people's accounts getting unfrozen, accounts that have access to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of gems, you don't think that won't have an effect on the price at all?
Yes and no. I mean, you know, I think it's a yes for particular NFTs, and I think it's no for the rest, because the yeses, there's listen, look, the actual demand of real items that people really want, what do they want them for? Do they want them for profit, or they want them for because they're real hardcore collectors and they want to sit on it like the $5 million purchaser of the action comic, or the, you know, the real comic, or the 3.5 million.
Yeah,
they're not those diamond handers. So the particular people that are going to be, you know, like the Dr. Profits, myself, Ray Fig, you know, the guys that are got inventory where they're just legitimately not selling for nothing.
Yeah,
they're few and far between. So for the make that point really matter, you gotta have, you know, you need two things happen. You have to have a lot of capital behind a lot of people, and you got to have those people be new people. So new people with a lot of capital, and they're looking to collect and not flip. The percentage of that is this versus this.
Oh, I agree 100%.
Yeah, that's the only reason why it's like, that's the part of the no. Like, yeah, will some of the top grails, maybe top 5 hardcores, make those runs? That's fine. But realize that's something. The top 5 hardest grails that you could just pick top 5s, if you just name the 5 that there are, that you would say the best are, we have low inventory of them. There's not a lot available that are available for sale. And once you know what's going to happen, just like the Spider-Man Secret Rares, once the floors start to happen and disappear, everybody's going to start taking them off the market and re-putting them for that ridiculous dream number.
They're gone.
And then, you know what that does? It creates a wall, and then it's just not penetratable anymore.
So Secret Rare, Spider-Man, probably Todd, Riso, Walt, and like maybe, you know, MC1. You know, a couple of comics and all that, probably.
MC1, FF1, ASM1. You know, I mean, like I said, there's only like 5 or 6 like tops that are really worthy of that, you know, those particular gains. And once that new collector with money, those 3 things have to happen. A new person, they have to be a collector, diamond hander, and they have to have money. Like, you know, enough capital to really put like a few $100,000 in, no problem. Yeah, it's not a lot of people, and it won't be. It's not you're going to get like dozens and dozens of those people. You'll get dozens and dozens of people that they might be a new collector, and they might be a new person, and they might have money, but they're flipper, so they're not going to really gauge that top number, because they're looking to flip. They ain't going to grab the grail. They're going to grab some low stuff. So you'll never move that floor.
When you have something like, let's say there's like 600,000 wallets that have a couple collectibles that are active, and you have maybe 0.01% of that as whales that currently they already have money. They don't need to flip their collectibles, that they could, if again, for the right price, someone like you, like, spend $8,000 on something and somebody wants to pay 80 for it. Okay. Yeah. Not bad. But out of the 600,000, you know, wallets, say that we have that have a couple collectibles or more, if it's 0.01%, you know, 1% would be 6,000, you know, so it'd be 60. So 60 people right now, which was 6,000. Well, 0.1% would be 600. 0.01 would be 60. But if you want to say 0.1%, then that's fine. We'd have 600 people. I think that there are people.
600,000 at 10% is 0.1. That'd be 60,000. 0.01 would be 6,000. It's one.
Oh, I thought 1% of 600,000 would be 6,000.
10%, it's 1%, right? So
Yeah,
0.01 would be 600.
Okay, so if let's say at 600, I think there's a point between, let's say, an extra couple thousand people right now that totally would sell for a huge profit. If given the right thing. I think that there are a couple thousand people, if not more, that their minds would change once OMI goes to the moon. Suddenly they don't need the NFTs to flip to make money. Suddenly they go from having, yeah, I got 30,000 in OMI to, wow, I have $300,000 worth of OMI, and I don't need to sell this Grail that I was going to sell to buy a house. I could just liquidate some OMI and have enough left for wherever. So I think there's some hidden people that will become those long-term hodlers, not because it's like in their nature, but just because, well, they don't need to sell because of other things happening. Now, how many of them are going to happen, I don't know. And then, you have other people that are coming in, like Crazy Rich Asians. People are just going to come in just to flex. Who know? I mean, just had Elon Musk buy Twitter today for 54.20, which is great. I love that we put 420 in there. Oh, and also, like, hello, how you doing? He says hello. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the involvement in spaces last night. I saw you speak there for a little bit. Always a pleasure to hear you speak. One of the things I wanted to bring up was you said you wanted to do away with a lot of the comics that nobody really wants, that are selling below retail. It's like, not that much interest, and you wanted to have just a couple of Grails each month. I was wondering if you could expand on that. So
here's where it gets, obviously, the discretion of the things that I speak about. It's there's opinions that are going to sway one way and sway the other. What I say is not going to be able to sometimes hit home for everyone. I mean, that's just the nature of the conversation. For the average person, which I have to take everybody at face value, let's just assume everybody is the average person. Okay. Let's not assume that there's like upper class, middle class, and lower class in this space. Let's just say everybody is low to mid class. We're all average. It's not like there's nobody really with crazy money and crazy capital. Say I didn't have really any money at all. I played a lottery ticket. I won 10 grand off the scratch off. I got like maybe 8 grand from, the state. I put it in OMI back in whatever it gained. I bought gems with it, and everything was at the low point, and I just happened to get all Grails. And all this is just me off $1 or $10 scratch off. So I'm a nobody that just got a little lucky, and I did the thing, and now I just have a whole bunch of real nice stuff. Let's just assume, and I'm only making this point is because let's just assume everybody's on the same level, and we don't have no special people here, right? Yeah. There's no Dr. Profits, me and you. There's nobody. Everybody's just average. Yeah. Okay. For demand and supply, 99% of everybody that's in the space don't even know what the hell freaking these comics or what they represent. They don't know characters on the covers. They don't know characters inside. They don't know stories. And probably 99% of them have never opened up the book, never read the comic. Okay. Why that's important is because it explains the why are you here? And the why are you here is because it's what's your point? You're looking to make money. You're looking to do something. And what is that? That ain't quick. Not in this time. It's you're looking to flip. So you coming into Veve, and it's just about flipping. You don't care what the book is, what everything is. It's just about making money. Yeah. It just becomes like a cash grab that nobody really, it's not, you lose the whole aspect of why they're releasing the content they're releasing and why the IP is here and what we're here for, and even long term for utility in the collectibles area, right?
So you think that?
Let me just finish. This is what I'm saying. So really short and sweet. When you're getting like, I don't want to say drops so often, a drop here, a drop there, a drop here. They really don't have a lot of meat to them. It doesn't matter the editions, 1,000 editions, Amazing Spider-Man 252. It's not even a big book, and they just put a 1,000, or even some of the other ones like 10K, 30K. They're not really big books. So it's like, what are you doing? You're just putting them out. So just people buying. Like, in other words, there's just no like point to it.
Yeah.
It's just about holding it and trying to flip and get lucky. And who cares? I'll just spend the $7. You know, you never know. I might get something. I put it on, make 300, and you know, I could start this flipping business.
Yeah.
It's look, on the special stuff. Focus on the best of the best. Top 100 comics. Top 100 characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Okay, hang on. I'm not too good at lip reading. For me.
Yeah, sorry, my wife was what. So
okay.
So what I'm saying is that if Veve just released just Grails, just the best of the best.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else from the top all the way down. Now 100. If you released 3 every single month, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just realize you could expand the editions so more people there'll be more in the game. Expand the editions and expand each variant to have more, and everybody will have more of less items. Instead of less of more items, and having less and having more of less items in variation of the best stuff. When stuff does pop off, there'll be the stuff that the real true collectors are really going to want, and they'll spread out the filet mignons properly, and all the little end cuts and the little jackrabbit chopped meats won't exist. It exists now, and it's unfortunate because who the hell is going to care to buy them? It's just like when I go to a comic store, or I go to Comic-Con, or you go to Comic-Con. The book, there are comic vendors that are there, and they have cases and cases of books that just won't sell. That's the reality. Yeah. It doesn't matter. They could put 10 for $1. They won't sell. You can't give them away. You can't say spend $100 and we'll give you 10 comics for free. Pick out of that area. It won't happen. People won't. You'll still walk out of that whole entire Comic-Con with a lot of inventory that they never sold, and that's all practically giving stuff away. So my point is that if you just released like 3 every month, and you did like the top 100, you have enough, and that just has to do with comics. You'd have enough to last 3 years worth of inventory, making everybody happy because they're getting the best of the best, and it would show outside of Veve. Because it stands out like no one else could do.
So,
and less is more.
So just to break it down for people that are just coming in, Tags does have this worry that there are a bunch of flippers that are really using and kind of almost perverting the integrity of collectors by buying and trying to flip some of these comics that really nobody would read otherwise. They wouldn't buy them otherwise. Which I understand that 100%. Like, supposed to be by collectors for collectors.
And think about three. Think about 3 or 4 a month, or just say 3 a month or 4 a month, 1 a week. Just 3 a month, maybe that's fine. Once every 10 days. You know why? It'll give Veve 3 years of time period to get the coin going, to get the Veveverse going. You get a lot more time. This way, it's like blowing your load, and everybody's going to have vaults of. So a whole bunch of the same everything that no one wants. You're gonna, you know what I mean? It's like there's gonna be 30,000 people that have a Spider-Man Series 1 common from 41 all the way to 30,000. But what does 101 do to up to 201? There's 200 people right there that have at least one of them. Yeah. And then from 201 to 300, there's, in other words, a collector out there. He may just go for something that's low, but he's going to look at the numbers and say, "Wow, that's all right. I'll save. I'll spend a little less. I'll get a little, a little bit of a higher mint. It won't make that much of a difference if I get, instead of a 119, I'll get a 122, but I'll save $3,000. That they'll do that. But if they had an opportunity to get in when the drops are coming." You know what I mean? Everybody would spread it out a little bit better. And I don't know. I just thought
So
And
I'd like to.
I think that the actual collectibles should have mimicked the way that the comics were released, the same random order, and just put them all in one big ball and let them go. You know what I mean? And that's it. Because I just don't start seeing everything from 41 on, or whatever, a specific number, and everyone has that number. It's.
So I'd like to push back on a couple things. I think that when you said, why like kind of shoot their load, there's a bunch of things nobody wants. When Tesla first put in those fast charging stations all over the country, there weren't a lot of Teslas there yet. Like, okay, well, why would you do that? Like, because they know what's coming. They know that we haven't done marketing yet, and when this comes, it's going to come with a vengeance. And I think that for those of us that were here a year plus ago, that remember the times where there was one drop every other week, it was painful. It was not. It was fun when it was happening, but it's like as soon as it was over, after those 30 seconds, like, oh man, now we have to wait 2 more weeks for this. It was, why did Netflix start to kill cable? Because you were tired of waiting, week after week to find something, and then after the mid-season finale, you have to wait like X amount of months to go continue that, which happened. We had like a month without any drops.
Yeah, if you're making a point, about the actual time duration, that might be something that is an issue. I want to just understand something. Changing the parameter of having more editions gets it out there. A lot more people will have more of that particular item. But realize you'd have something that would have a lot more. You know what would happen? You'd have a lot more inter-marketplace transactions happening, because you'd have people buying and selling, trying to mint up, and more sets would be made. You'd make more sets, because if you increase the additions of each of the variants, more completed full sets would be available for people. And that's a main purpose. You only, like I said, only having 500 secret rares only allows 500 total maximum sets, full sets that can ever be made. And so, all I'm saying is that, and I'm not saying don't ever do it, because after 100 releases or so, you still got all those other comics, all those lower, non-Grail or lower, newer items. You could do that. That's not a problem. Release them later on. Keep it going.
Yeah.
Just release them at a different time. I'm just saying, right out the gate, to be flooding the system at least with, or give us a Grail like before. We were getting Grails like, you know what I mean? We got like the top. We got like the top highest Grails in real life comics within the first 4 months of comic releases. We got them all the top, so there's still a lot more out there. Don't get me wrong, but there's still a lot, we haven't gotten really any good ones since, I don't even know. Maybe
I think Nick's people like
FF5 or FF5 might have been the last real good one.
That was a big one, yeah.
Yeah, and that boom was back in whatever it was back in I don't know, October, November.
Last year. Yeah. I just worry because I think more drops keeps a lot of users engaged, and we've seen it with Hero, and we've seen it with people going on, other projects, that when people are bored, they create narratives in their head and then they go online. There's a lot of FUD that comes out. They go to other platforms, and I think that each drop is an opportunity for people like Johnny Dunn or Taps Trades or me to go online and be like, hey guys, this is what we're doing today. Like how do you get, a religion to really start? You have to meet at least once a week. You have to go and say like, hey guys, we're practicing our faith of smashing that buy now button.
But if every single week, when that week is up, you're getting the golden moment of comics. Yeah, it's something to look forward to. Right now, people are getting discouraged. They're like, whatever. Guess what I've been seeing a lot on Twitter? Guess what I've been seeing a lot on Instagram and on Facebook? I'm selling my whole collection, and I'm looking at it. It's all garbage. It's all garbage items. They don't have one. They don't have one MC1 on there. They don't have one Fantastic Four 1 on there. They have the top 10. They don't have not one of Journey into Mystery. Nothing. Well, it's just all kind of just new age from like 2005 and up. Of course, no one wants to buy your collection. No, of course, no one wants to buy any of them items. They're getting discouraged out of the market. That's discouragement. But if they had all Grails, they wouldn't be doing that. Those people wouldn't be existing right now, because they'd have all the best items in their vault.
Yeah.
Think about that.
So when you said before, and I do like the analogy because a lot of comics are like how I say, like most Pokemon cards are worth less than $1 because most of them are trash. Like, a lot of the comics that people are selling at,
But they have, but the
Comic-Con.
Pokemon, but don't get it mixed up. The Pokemon, they have utility, and there's a game that's involved, and there's battles that are involved. There's utility with those cards, so it's not necessarily what they're worth. Okay,
And
they
this
can be
is,
worth nothing, but they have utility based on what you use the cards for. It's a
I mean,
different market.
and this is what I was saying, the comparison to physical comics versus this. Physical comics, it could be $1. They don't give you MCP points, but the digital comics give you MCP points. You collect sets. People collect sets not because they like the comic or not because they like whatever. They'll collect it just for the points. Like nobody really likes Smeargle, the Pokemon card, but they need him to get the set. And he's also very rare because that card is always damaged out of the pack. But that's just what happens. So I think that some of these right now are a chance for people to collect what maybe they don't want, and it's also good for collectors in general, especially comic people that say like, yeah, that can identify what comics are not worth it and what comics are. That, well, I put my money to good use, whereas this person just threw money at something that they didn't fully understand and it bit them in the butt. So I'm still very bullish on it, and I'm still very.
Me personally, I'd rather have one.
Mhm.
I'd rather have one MC1 common that I'll spend $270 on floor, and it doesn't matter the mint number, than have 27 $10 things that I'll have 27 of, and I won't be able to sell one to anyone for any amount of money more than I paid, $10. I'd rather have one for 270, knowing I got something that someone's going to definitely want, and all I got to do is sell that one item and make a significant profit, versus having 27 $10 items that I bought for the same amount of money, and no one's going to want not one of them. It's not even they're not going to want one. If they want one, there's tens of thousands of them that they go on the marketplace and get for the same price or maybe even cheaper than what I would need $20 to make just to keystone it and make my money back. I mean, double my money. And how long is that going to take?
So
that's my point. I'd rather have less of something that has more value. This is my whole entire collection.
And I agree. Like that would be better. It's more efficient and it's able to really give collectors what they want. You want the best? Here's the best. No need to have any of these garbage energy cards, these garbage things that nobody really wants. But I also think that if Veve were to do that, yeah, like you said, they would have years worth of content just off the Grails. But then you have a bunch of inventory that's sitting there that could be used to burn OMI, that could be used to keep the licensors keep investing in Veve because they're making use.
Well, it's all the same, Randy. It's all the same. If I just bought 27 items for $10, or I just bought one Marvel, it's the same burn. It's $270. It doesn't matter. If I just buy one item, it's the same price. It's going to burn the same amount of OMI as if I buy 27 $10 items. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they could do both this way.
No, like I'm not like disagreeing with what I mean. This is what we have. I'm not trying to rewrite the book. It's too late. I'm just making a point that what discourages me is looking at people being discouraged online saying, I want to sell my whole collection. And I'm looking at all of their items and I'm like, who's going to buy that? It's unfortunate. No, because you know why? Because I know everything that person's selling. They're getting at. Why are they getting out of Veve? Why are they getting out? They're leaving.
Why? What do you think?
I know why. Because they can't. Because everything that they have there's no demand for it. Because they got everything that's not in high demand at the moment.
You think that it's not impatience?
They're not going to sit here and hold, for 2 or 3 or 4 years until maybe they're worth something.
You think that it's not impatience of like, oh, like we were told Veveverse is supposed to be happening December last year or spring this year, and now we know it's coming, and Reese has confirmed it's this year.
You can make arguments for you can make arguments for that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. We both obviously thought we were going to be, and there's a lot of people that are on our team that believe that. We should be a lot further than we were, not necessarily because of our own speculation, but because we were told stuff. I mean, there was things that were coming out in AMAs that, it kind of like led to you making us believe that the final frontier was a little bit closer than it really was. And unfortunately, that I don't want to say we were misled, but I mean, in all honesty, when you're being told we're soon, using context of around the corner, we're rounding third, we're getting there. It's not going to be that much longer. We're beta testing it, and we're just about out of beta. When you're starting to hear that stuff, you're like, okay, where's the goods? And months are just going by, and we understand why now.
Yeah.
We understand that there's obviously a lot of red tape that's been involved that they were unaware of, slowing us down. It's kind of like kooky. Look, there's a lot of different NFT spaces, right? If there was no NFT spaces and it was just Veve, would everybody that is on those other spaces put them? If there was no hero, if there was no HRO, let's just say it didn't exist, would we sell more Batman and Wonder Woman and Joker and would we sell more of the DC content that we do have on Veve? No, because it was there a year already, and it's not sold out, and people are still buying the HRO stuff. I didn't participate in any of the HRO. There's a lot of people have been sending me like A1s of mythics and legend, like these special items are awesome. But they want like $8,000, $9,000. They're like, yeah, I want 2 ETH or 3 ETH or 6 ETH for the one item. They're asking. I'm getting DM'd on it, and I didn't participate in any of these.
So you think that the first appearance of DC cards on the blockchain were not worth it by a company the app is ahead of Veve's right now, as far as the app is concerned, because you can do things that Veve can. It's already on Immutable X. You can sell things for, although they have a minimum of selling things for $1, which I think is fair. You don't think it's a good project?
I wouldn't say I don't think it's good. I think anything that's in this particular space, I think, is great for the whole space. So I always say, that's great, the greatest thing. However, the verdict isn't out yet, and I'm just riding Veve's train right now, and I don't really want to look at any of the other trains that are coming or going, or what direction they're in, or how far ahead or behind they are. I'm really just one track mind right now, and truthfully, it's okay, because realize they have a different mousetrap. It's not the same. Okay, number one, it's different. It's different in a lot of ways. They're just physical. They're just like a cover. You could put a cover of like Action Comics. One, you could put that with the Superman and holding the bus up and like that famous comic.
Yeah.
But that's just the cover. Like Veve, you can open up the book and do something that even someone that actually has the real comic can't do, because it's inside a case. All you can see is the cover. To be able to actually read the comic page by page, it's not. I'm just making the point of the fact that there's actual utility that comes with Veve that you can't get from the other ones, and it doesn't matter. And we're gonna have we're gonna have comics, and we're gonna have other stuff later on. I'm sure we're gonna have that stuff, and people can do the buying and the selling and making their money, and there's gonna be collectors and stuff, But I'm not gonna lie. I went to some Walmarts here in Jersey. I checked it out. Me and my wife went in different spots in different cities. Some didn't get it yet. Some got it. Some were sold out. Some were telling us, the manager was like, yeah, the vendor came and there was people online. They get 1 pack each. And then whatever, after all the people are done, that goes on the shelf. And then it's, first come, first serve, whatever you want. That's the way that they have their policy. And I was like, all right, fine. But there was none there. And, I'm bullish for the space, but I'm not bullish on every single, NFT, meridian that hits us. Like Recur, I bought one of them.
Huh.
I just took a shot back when it.
Did you mint any of the NFTs? Like, did you mint the Star Trek one?
The Recur, the brown, colorful round circle.
The Star Trek Enterprise and one of the NFTs that they had. I didn't. You said you had a Recur pass, so I didn't know if you.
The Recur pass. That's all I got. I didn't go. Okay. I didn't go beyond that. I know if you had a Recur pass, you could get this. I didn't participate. I haven't furthered it. Nifty's. Did some Matrix. I bought 5 of them just to have a set. I got them. I don't know. They weren't that much. These are like $100, $200 stuff done.
Yeah.
And I just got that to get it. But I see that the space is growing and a lot of stuff for me, it's just like, I'm just, we're under, like, Veve has a plan. We're just minions. We just support the big project.
Mm-hmm.
We're not like a part of the creation or the direction. We're just funders. We're like Series A financer investors. That's all we are. We're the fuel, and we just keep the train going. That's it.
That's a good point. That's fair.
You participate. You don't want to participate, you don't participate. But I just see a bubble here that's happening, and I want to see how it was kicked off. I want to see that continue. I just see a massive amount of diluted flooding of or let's say marginal demanding items. And I'm not saying that these demanding items or these marginal demanding items are not worth it, but all it is doing is just inflating collectors' vaults and wallets. That's all it's doing. It doesn't mean that there's a lot of secondary trading or market participation. That's just on the drop. Secondary, markets and later markets and in the buying and selling, and then floors are created and then people decide, let me wait, let me see the floor drops, I'll buy it then, and all this stuff happening. You see wall dropping, you see the partner statue dropping.
Yeah, it's at like 12.4.
Huh?
That's at like 12.4 right now.
Seen it lower, bro.
Is it really?
It was sub 12.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to tell you this. And when you're talking about
so it would make sense that it would 4x because it already had sales for 48,000, 50,000. So at 12K or sub 12.
Right, but these are right. But that you got to realize something though. Just realize that this is one item.
That's a good point.
Right, so
that's the item.
Right. But that's just one item. So and there's only 4,000 of them, of which probably only maybe like 2,000 of them are really in existence. Because the other 2,300 are either held to diamond hands that'll never sell, or they're in banned accounts are not going to get flipped back into the system. So there may only really be like 2,000 or 2,500 really out there. And for how many are actually on the app itself, under 50 or 30? You know what I mean? It's a ridiculous number. That's why I'm not.
So now obviously, we can't take this into serious because Walt. He's like one of the top 5-10 grails, on the app, if not higher. But what happens when there's OMI to NFT and suddenly people, like I said before, that only have even only $3,000 worth of OMI, suddenly they have $30,000 worth of OMI and they could just go and just, and again, if you've never had money before, suddenly having, 5 figures worth of money, like multiple amounts of 5 figures, to some, that's a lot of money, and they could go on a shopping spree. Ask the majority of people in the world what they would do if they'd win the lotto. It's not what they would invest in; it's what they would spend on. I'd go on vacation,
OMI could go up though, and your value can still go up as what it is, and then you could just easily go from OMI to USDT and USDT to ETH, and then take your Ethereum and go on OpenSea and go buy a $100,000 item. It doesn't matter. It's OMI to NFT just means you just have the capability of doing a one-step process rather than doing a two-step process. You could still get to the end result. I've been doing OMI to NFT since June. I've done it in different, more creative ways. But I got my NFT and I use my OMI. So what's the difference?
More specifically, I would say OMI to Veve NFTs.
Yeah.
Or as these Veve NFTs, which, and as much as I respect the past and other projects that have, these 2D, these JPEGs that sell as art, these are premium digital collectibles, and they should blow the other NFTs out of the water. Once on OpenSea, Immutable X, Coinbase NFT, which is in beta right now. And there's also the licensors that I mentioned before that Veve might want to be putting out a lot of these comics, a lot of these, what some would call subpar things, to impress them. But also, very possible that these licensors are the ones making demands. And maybe Veve can tell half of them where to go or 80% where to go. But if Marvel and Disney and Warner Brothers are just like, hey, you're doing this, I think that's why we haven't seen, like season 2 of Crypt Kids, or why we haven't seen, the LOL MGA or the Happy Prince or Fresh Prince, whatever that guy was. I forget that.
Yeah,
I think it's the demands of other licensors.
It's that too. I mean, you got to realize the licensors are basically, they want to make as much money as they could, and they're just using Veve as their pig. And I don't care. Make the bacon, make as many mini pigs as you could. Let's make the money. Who cares? Let's go. Let's keep doing it. They want to make the most. They're not sitting here trying to do. We're talking on this side of the fence how maybe a better strategy would be. But the strategy that I, am describing is not in the best interest of the licensors, because, or OMI at least at the moment, because it's going to be less money for them. It'll seem like it's less money. It'll seem like it's less money. But like I said, if you have $250 floor for one item, or would you rather have $25, $10 floors that are not in demand? I want one that's in demand. And now if we all have items that are only in demand because all we have is the best of the best stuff, we're gonna start raising flags of people on the outside. They're not gonna just think, oh yeah, it's just a bunch of junk and they just got a bunch of toys, and like it's not gonna be Toys R Us. It's gonna be a specialty market for specific items that no one else can get. And that's why I feel that those particular like things that this is my opinion. Okay. Period. They have a whole nother thing going on. I wish Veveverse was here already. I had put money aside. I had put money aside for it. I redirected that money now. I mean, all I'm saying is anything could change. And, people believe, there's been we call it a rug pull or whatever, but this we haven't been bait and switched here. Okay. We haven't. Mm-hmm. It might seem like that or whatever. It's not that, right? We just got to go through the motions, and everybody gets uptight, and they're uptight on expectation. They're not uptight on anything else. Do you want to get uptight? Look at Bitcoin. There's people who bought in at 60 grand. What are you going to say? Well, the Bitcoin people, they rug pulled me. I thought it was going to 100, and I thought the community was strong, and I lost all kinds of value because I was misled, and come on. Yeah. This is the industry, bro. Nothing's guaranteed. It's speculation. I told you we could have. All right. Well, one of our streams, I told you I could have been 2 ago. I said sub 3. I think we were at 4, 5, or no, we were at 5s or 6s. And I said it's likely we can go. I said if we go to 4 or 5, I'm going to put in a certain amount of money, and if we likely could go down, yeah.
Okay. So
yeah,
there was a poll the other day. I think it was Veve Viral that put it out that said how much of your OMI percentage-wise would go to land in Veveverse, and I answered 10% plus.
I did 5 to 10.
You did 5 to 10. Okay, so and you still have a little over 100 million, or did you surpass me? Did you go to the? Okay, so let's say you're at a little over 100 million. 5 to 10%. Let's say when Veveverse releases and we're able to buy land, we are like 2.5 cents, per OMI, and you have. Let's say at a cool 100, and let's do the bottom conservative 5%. That would be 5 million. So you'd have about. What would that be? Yeah. How is that? That's a 6-figure amount that you're looking to go and put in.
It's what I had budgeted originally anyway. You know what I mean? And the reality is, and that's at 2.5 cents. To be honest with you, it really didn't matter what really OMI was at the moment. It didn't matter if it was a half a penny. It was really, that was just a percentage, census that had to do with just getting what they would put in. But I just said that based on, but you don't know really what the number of how much OMI would be trading at that moment. Yeah. But I specifically had a specific number, regardless of OMI could be at 0.2 of a penny. I'd still have 100K ready to go. Viviverse doesn't matter. That was what it was, just a budgeted amount of money that I had on the side. And I could still do it. It's just that I'm starting to not realize that Viviverse is going to be not only what I thought it was going to be, as soon as when I thought it was going to be released. So I got two things that my expectations are now aside. So I'm not going to just hold, 100K. Just, it's collecting decent interest. I could get better returns.
Yeah. So I definitely, if we don't get it for, we could not get it for another 6 months, 7 months. It could not be brought until December.
Likely.
But the ideas that we have, as far as you said, 5 to 10%, so you could be putting up to $250,000 into the land when it does come out, and when it does roll out, maybe like how you expect, or maybe not, like whatever they have planned. And this is just on land. This is before any other type of additives that we could get in there.
Accessories, etc. Correct.
Yeah.
And you got to realize, I'm just saying, for the expectation of what I thought I was going to be able to do in it, I was probably like a year or 2 years ahead of what I thought I was going to be able to create. And I'm hearing AMAs and hearing Reese speaking and hearing some of the community members outside in our groups that we have outside of, Veve, and, we're just talking on a development stage.
Yeah.
I'm like dreaming what I had in mind. I was thinking Veve, like I'm looking at the Decentraland, and I'm looking at like Sandbox, and I'm looking at like what's being developed in Earth 2 and things like that. And I'm saying, was I crazy?
Yeah.
Stuff, Kryptoni. I have a vision, but it's not based on time. And I have been planning for a particular vision within a certain time it's a lot earlier than it's going to be met. And that's the reality. And where we're at right now.
So could we get like a peek at your vision? Like you would build your own house in the Viviverse? Like you could design your own house? That's what you were thinking about? Obviously, that's
I have two particular sets of two different style of businesses that are already, I don't want to say into almost code stage, pre-code stage, we can call it, development, actually on renderings of the stuff that I want. And I have the developers ready, it's just start doing it. But I'm not going to put all that investment out there. And then we're like, I'm going to hear from Veve, well, we don't have the, it's going to be a little more. Well, I just put 30 grand and 40 grand and 60 grand into development. Yeah. Into something that was ready to just plug and play. And now you're telling me that you don't have the resources, or you're in beta. Like, what? I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? And I don't care. That's why it doesn't matter the OMI value at the time. It doesn't matter I'm not looking at it like that. I'm looking at like OMI is OMI, NFTs are NFTs, and Viviverse is Viviverse, 3 separate entities, and they're all different. They all have different metric of investments.
Yeah.
What I have in one is different from another, though all correlated and definitely they're connected. They're separate in their own, way. And I have different plans for each one. I'm just not going to invest in the Viviverse part of it until a lot, because we think about it. We got MCP points, OUP, like we have all that. Really? MCP points? What the hell? When we get Veve, like, what is it going to be? Like, what are we going to have? Like 10 trillion points? You know what I mean? Like hundreds.
We're going to have a lot of points.
You know what I'm trying to say? Like, imagine what Patrick and what do you call like, you know what I mean? Like
all the other whales.
Yeah, like what are they going to have? Like hundreds of billions of points. It's going to be unrealistic. Well, what are you going to do with them? You know what I mean? Like the longer you kick the can down the road, when you're talking about converting MCP points, are they going to be able to run the whole thing? Is it going to be like that's a little unfair?
Maybe.
I don't want to see, you know what I'm trying to say? Like that's like, wait a minute. That's why it's like, is there limits? I mean, I have a lot of SRs. I have a lot of stuff, man. And honestly, especially with like sets and stuff, like when you're talking about completing sets and low mints and things like that, when you're talking about MCP points, man, I'd like to know what we have. That would be cool, at least to get like a gauge of accounting. That would. Yeah, you see what I'm talking about? They want as much content each month, right? Right.
Yeah. Wise
Yeah,
words from the
Army's
Dan
building
Cabo.
each. Right.
He's oh damn, he's getting the fisticuffs going. That
That's all right. Me and Dan we're gonna put the gloves on. I'm not worried about it. It's gonna be Dan and Wes versus me, and it'll be no problem, bro. No, I love Dan. He's the man. Now,
yeah, he's
you know
awesome.
what it is? It's not about disagree with what I'm saying. It's an
Yeah.
impossibility. It won't happen. It's too late. I'm making a point that it started off slow, and the market had it was so healthy, and they were releasing meaty Grail and key books at the time. And you would get a Batman, you would get a Spider-Man, you would get a Superman, like you're getting items, even I'm just making a point, like, not that like Toy Story is no good or not, what I mean? I'm not trying to, this is not like I'm not saying everything else is garbage. I'm just talking about from a real demand. I'm looking on the marketplace. I'm not seeing a lot of activity in the secondary market. Activities in secondary market I want to see stats. Dan, let's see stats. Show me stats of secondary market transactions of people buying and selling on the secondary. Not talking about just the initial drop, the actual buying and selling. It's
you'd see it on a Mutascan.
Why was it so like this, and all of a sudden it's like this, and we have so much more to offer? We should be way up like this because we have so many more items. There should be so much more transaction on the secondary. It's not happening, and people are getting discouraged. I never heard of one person say back then, "Oh, look at all I want. I'm looking to sell my whole collection." And they got a Donnie in there, and they got a Todd in there, and they got MC1 Commons in there, and they got Fantastic Fours or
well, I think there's a reason for
girls
that.
And shit. I don't see nobody with that. Where's all the the professor and the hymns, and where are those collectibles? Where are those people that
I think you just answered your own question.
Why aren't they selling their collections? Why is it all these newbies that are coming and just showing up with all the new garbage? Because that's why they're discouraged. They're not making no money. They're like, you know what? I wasted all this $300, $400, $500 on drops. They don't want to be in Veve no more. They're going to miss out.
Well, I think you answered your own question. You said, like, why are there less transactions now and we have so much more? Is because all the buying that happened months ago and last year was a lot of the people, like collectors or whales, buying up all the good stuff. And now that they're done,
that's not true. That's not true, Randy, because everything, really the whales were buying up everything back then. We would have nothing available. The commons were MC1 commons were under $10. As a matter of fact, they might have been under $5, and no one was buying them.
They were like $4.
Yeah, no one was buying them. If whales cared that much, they would have unloaded. We would have never even seen $4 or $5. Trust me, you need to have a good.
I think people just didn't know at the time.
It's just like business. I listen. I had a pizzeria, right, for 3 years, and I only decided to sell because my real estate career had gotten a lot busier. As you know, look what has happened. That's why I sold it. But more than anything else, there are pizzerias all over town, right? The very first year, I grossed $450,000. Right? Guess what? I had nothing. I had the smallest menu. I had under 20 items on my whole entire menu. In fact, that includes the types of the varieties of pizzas that I actually had to offer.
Okay.
No sandwiches, no salads, no dinners, no pasta. Okay. How the hell did I make? How did that happen?
Yeah, how?
Because it was my brother-in-law's had a restaurant, and they still have the pizzeria. They're killing it over there, but they have a full menu. You could buy dinners, you could buy pastas, you could buy salads, sandwiches, hot and cold. I didn't have none of that. Yeah. Because when I managed the business and I was there for over 16 years, I was able to see every of the top 15 or 20 items, pizzas included with the toppings, that were the best sellers. And I took all that data and I just created a menu of just those top items and nothing else. Bro, I was busier. It was insane. My payroll was insane. And I mean, I'm just making a point. It's like, you know, what I mean is like, it's less is more. Just focus on the items that sell and just move them in volume and just go with it. And you have to worry about nothing else. You don't have to go into a diner and sit there and flip an encyclopedia to see what the hell you want. I mean, it's a diner. You got 7 pages of things. I mean, it's great to have the variety, but think about it. if you had a limited menu and you only had to focus on them, but you made those particular limited items, you were the best of the best. I mean, like culinary style, and nobody could compare.
Yeah.
Bro, I came into a town of 2 square miles. There were 9 pizzerias. There are 9 pizzerias in my town, and I came in a newbie. The place used to be a Rita's Italian Ice. It wasn't even like an existing pizzeria. Yeah. I revamped the whole business. In fact, the building itself didn't even have an entrance to walk in. The Rita's Italian Ice was walk up to the window only outside. Yeah. And 3-4 months a year, they weren't even open. I actually created an entrance in the back so you could come in. I put a counter. I built all this stuff myself. And so I created a whole entire, the building didn't even have gas. It didn't have gas. I had PSE&G pop a hole in so I can have actual gas. All I had was
just put the ovens in.
Yeah. So what I mean is you have to kind of like think outside the box and think business. You know, people think, just sit there and, it's like, it makes it easier when you have less items that are better than having more items that don't have really much. I mean, there's items on that particular encyclopedia menu that no one ever orders. You might sell 1 or 2. Focus on the things that sell and only sell them. That's all you got to focus on because those are your top sellers.
I agree. And I think it's important to understand that what you did was extraordinarily impressive. It proves that type of business model works, but it also, a little pushback on here, doesn't mean that the other stuff doesn't work. I think that both can succeed. And where I think, maybe Hero's not doing it. Hero is focusing on DC. Well, they're kind of doing it in a way. They're not focusing on Grails, but they are focusing on one specific IP that everybody knows. There's none of these, like, currently a lot of the artists, I don't know how many people have ever heard of some of the artists that we have on here, with the exception of obviously a few like Mac on Deck and Art Patron or Art Sing, and there's a bunch that already have partnerships with Coinbase or Coinbase NFT. Mm-hmm. But I think both can go on the space. But what you were saying before with the commons of MC1s, nobody really knew what to make of that when it first came out, and that's why they were selling for $4. And I think it took a couple weeks for them to, this is actually a really good comic. And it took a while for like Sleeping Comics or Comics and Crypto to come out and be like, guys, you should be buying all these right now, for whales to understand. And it eventually happened. They went up like $600 at one point. They're back down to like 150, 200, give or take. I don't know what they are now.
250, 270.
Oh, that were that right now? Okay. All right, good. So yeah, they were at 6 and now they're at, but again, so I think Whales did do that, but they had just, what do you call it? It just took them a little bit of time to be able to know, like the $4 or whatever. Since Spidey doesn't bleed as much. Yeah, so I was going to your point saying that there's not a lot of things in the store right now. You think that as the inventory dries up, you said it probably wouldn't like 4 or 5x or 10x or whatever. Do you think it could double again?
No, because the problem is I don't mean the collectibles because it's a totally different kind of model, and I don't want to use this as a overall general aspect of when I'm giving advice or whatever. You know what I mean? People are discouraged because the market is cold, waiting for new features that have been promised. Absolutely not, Dan. That is probably about this much of the whole entire pie. Does it exist? Yeah, but the discouragement is not because people are waiting for new features. The discouragement is because these people that came into Veve were looking at people make hundreds of tens of thousands of dollars, and all these people that are, oh my God, look what I sold, look what sold for $2,000 and $10,000, and they're coming in for $7 and $7 and $7, and then guess what? Now they have like 50 of them, and they're not selling, they're not listed, they're listing them, and they're not making no money. So you know what they're doing? They're getting discouraged, and but I think that. And it's nothing that is going to happen in Veveverse is going to help these people with their comics. It's not going to happen. Nothing that's going to happen with MTL that's going to happen with these people is going to help these people with their comics. It's not. They're just like, look, if you have a particular it's just like I was saying, it matters more in the comics more than anything. But if I have a comic in real life, and I see it all the time on Twitter. The Elite Comics sells them, and it's always being like advertised, where they match exactly the drop or whatever the comic was in real life at like a 9.4, a 9.6, or even as much as a 9.8. Now I'm like, wait a minute, how much? $65? I see him selling $125, $250. That's the real book graded from CGC Consensus. It's the real deal. And I can get it right now, the actual comic, for, a 9.8 or a 9.6.
Yeah.
Why would I go in Veve and spend $60 or $80 or $120 and get a 4-digit, 8,940 and have that no one's going to buy? How is my comic differentiate from anything else? Because there's 7,000 or 8,000 lower than me, and there's another 20,000 higher than me. How is mine going to have greater demand than the other people down on the line? However, if I take that same amount of money that I just bought in Veve right there and I apply it to a real comic, right, a 9.4, or 9.2, 9.6, or 9.8, that differentiates a lot, because now it's better than all comics that aren't even graded at all. And it differentiates from the 6.5s, the 7.0s, the 8.0s, and the 8, because I'm in the high 9s or 9s. Yeah. So it doesn't make sense. When you can't have Veve NFTs trading more than their counterpart in the real. It's just unrealistic. I'd rather have them. I'd rather have the real comics. And it's like, I make the argument because, okay, yeah, people want to come into the game. It's nice. It's cheap for people to come in and do that. I know, but guess what? I went to Comic-Con and I've had Thanos. I had the SR. I don't even know what I paid for the SR. It doesn't matter. But I got the SR. I got the SR and I got it graded in a 9. I got one in a 9.8 and I got one in a 9.6 that I had sent out. I paid $25 for it, and I had it sent out, and I paid another $25 or $30 to get it graded. It came back a 9.6, whatever. But my point I'm trying to make is I have a very, very low mint. I have like a 4 something. I might have the number 3 lowest or 4 lowest. Secret rare in that Thanos set that doesn't have great demand. But look at the floors. The floors are cheap. The floors of the secret rare that are only 500 exist are cheap. Where you could have a real comic graded 9.6 or better for under $50 or $60. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
I don't listen. Everybody's going to have their opinion, and I am very in tune with business, and I'm very in tune with demand and supply, and I understand the metric of what Veve is probably as good or better than anybody that's in Veve. And I'm telling you right now, from where I sit right now, if they just keep doing these drops, bot or no bot, I could care less. Unless you come with meat or something substantial, it's just all that everybody's doing is just filling up their vaults and their wallets with items that the demand is just not there right now, and just be prepared to hold these items for long term. And if you're okay with long term, you're okay with spending $1,000 to $2,000 or $3,000, and you're okay with not making $1 on it for long term, don't buy any NFTs. Just spend $2,000 or $3,000 in OMI right now. Get 1 million OMI and sit on the long term. Because guess what happens when OMI does? Obviously, in a long term, you know what you're going to be able to do with those $3,000 or $2,000 worth of the junk items that you had to wait long term? You're going to be able to buy Grails, and you could buy probably full low mint sets of all of the stuff that you had that you spent on all those drops of really non-Grail items.
Easily, I get it.
Bro. That's it. Period.
So when you were talking before,
let me drop the mic. Hold on. What was that question?
We were talking before about Walt. He went sub 12. You said
did.
I know you have at least one, if not several. Would you stack up on some Walts? Oh, you only have one.
I had 2. Yeah. I had the 45, and I had which I had gotten for 1.8 million OMI at the time. It was 9,000 USDT worth of OMI.
Yeah.
when it was. I gave 1 point. The guy wanted. I actually saved. I still have the instant message or the Facebook message thread, the combo with me and Alvear. He introduced me to the guy that had it the day after the drop. He introduced me to him. And the guy was like, 2.5. Well, it was like a 3.5 or something. I was like, nah. I was legitimately nah. I was like, I really was like, nah, it's too much. He came down he's like, you know what, 2.5 and we'll do the deal. I was like, bro, look, here's the deal. I'll send you 1.8 million right now and we'll do the deal. You know what he said? Just because you're Mr. Pags, I'm going to do the deal. I bought it for 1.8 million. You know when that was? That was the day after the drop. Okay.
Oh, that was to the kid, right? Like he was like 19 or 20 years old or something.
No,
Oh, that wasn't him.
No, that when I bought, gave him the 1.8 million. I still have the combo. I could pull it up. I don't remember the kid's name, but with Alvear was on. It was a chat message, and so you know it was like I paid $9,000 for the 45. Anyway, my point is this: it never made the marketplace.
Oh.
I had no intention of selling it. I got the 4333. The 4333 is the highest one. I got the 4332 because obviously I think the 433 either was held back or it got into a banned account that no one. It's gone. It's never been. It never showcased. I've requested it many times, so I might have the very last one. Regardless, that's what I have left. But there was a point like less than 2 months ago. The kid Dean, real cool dude, you know. He hit me up talking. He wanted to. He talked about me, how I inspired him. My name inspired him. Naming his cat, all kinds of stuff, and yeah, all kinds of whatever. And I appreciate that. He's awesome. He's always got his own kind of like nutrition supplement type business or something in Michigan, I think. And so, you know, him and the buyer of the Ford, he was the buyer. Him and the seller of the number 47. Were okay with me. They wanted me to escrow their deal. So the buyer, Dean, hits me up. Never met him. He calls me. I picked up my phone. It was an instant message call. I'm like, hey, what's up? You know, you can call me. What's up?
Oh my God.
Hey, he calls me up. He's like, yeah, listen, you don't know me. My name is Dean Kessel, whatever. He's like, I'm bro, dude, I just want to let you know, bro, you are like an awesome dude. Everything that I appreciate all your streams when you're on and everything. And you've been such an inspiration for me from the very beginning, and I've listened to everything you had to say, and I'm blown away. I'm totally like, you know, like it's awesome, bro. Thank you very much. And I'm like waiting for the, you know, ding. He's like, I'm like, so what's up? He's like, well, look, I'm looking to buy the Walt 47 from this guy that's got it, and he's cool. He wants you to escrow it, and I do too. I'll send you the money, or he'll send you the NFT, and I'll send, you know, if you can escrow it, he trusts you, and we're all good.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay. I'm like, that's cool. But he didn't say how much or nothing. So I'm like, whatever. So before the seller when he tells me, he's like, yeah, something came up. He's like, you know, but Pags, I was like, he's like, you got the 45. I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, would you ever want to sell it? I'm like, well, I never really, you know what I'm saying? I was like, whatever. Yeah, I guess so. Whatever. Why?
Yeah.
He's like, well, I'll give you this number. I'm like, wow. Okay. I'm like, okay. All right. Yeah. He's like, I'll send it to you. Just give me your USDT address, man. Cause you'd escrow me. So I'll just send you the money and just send me the NFT.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, but what about the kid with the 47? He's going to think that I was the guy that was supposed to escrow your deal. And I'm the guy now that's selling the 45. He's like, I don't care, man. He's like, I'll buy that. I have the number 186. I'll do a deal with him. I'll give him the 186 plus money, and I'll get the 47 too.
Yeah.
He had it all worked out already. I'm like, oh, all right. So, bro, I sold it. I bought 16.5 million OMI with the money that he gave me.
Nice.
It's only like 2-3 months later, I just made 15 million OMI profit in one deal.
It's amazing.
So why I'm saying is that it was never expected, but look at the profit and look at the short period of time. It's like, absolutely. It's like not even a question. I'm going to do it. And then he wind up doing what he said. He wind up going to the kid that had the 47, and he told him, I'll give you the 186 for your 47, and I'll give you X amount of dollar in USDT. And I escrowed that deal for them. And now he's got the 45 and the 47. However, something happened with the compromise. He got some kind of like bad gems. Maybe his account got banned. So he's still trying to like, I think he's getting there to get it back, like to get the availability, but he's legitimately straight up, bro. Like, you know, and totally legit. And I felt so bad, man. He's like, wow. I'm like, I got banned. I'm like, are you kidding me? He's like, yeah, bro. He's like, it's fucking nuts. He's like, it's probably, you know, when I got in those gems or something, maybe I didn't know him. You know, you know, he's like, it wasn't intended. He's like, I got a great deal. And I must have had some dirty gem. I don't know, something. He goes, oh, because you know, I'm like, wow, man. So, but I think he's getting it. I think he's getting it straightened out. I made some calls and tried to like, you know, pan it out a little bit, but they're like, you know, Henry, they're like, just hold back. We still got a lot of investigating to do with a lot of other accounts. That's just, you know, it's like getting in line.
That should be over at some point in May. Like everyone should get their accounts back in May, and hopefully the transactions in and transactions out, everyone should be able to. So what I think happens is cash in and cash out. That happens, let's say, end of May. By June, we go. Pew.
Yeah.
But
no, I don't know. I'm honestly, I'm blown away, man. I really, I can't be honest with you because I'm going to be wrong, bro. And I don't want to lie here. You know what I mean? I want to say that good things are, you know, oh, dude, that's the dude right there. Chewy.
I'm like 30 minutes behind on comments.
I'm sorry, dude. 920, man.
Okay, I'm gonna go to 920.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just saying, 920. Chewy came up and yeah, Chewy.
Oh wow, there's a ton of these comments. I'm not even gonna try.
Yeah, Chewy, isn't that crazy, bro? He's Dean's my dude, bro, and it's insane. Like I said, I made some phone calls. I reached out a few times, and I hit home. They got back to me just telling me, you know, Henry, I appreciate it. You know, we're gonna keep they you know, they put him in the queue. But it's just so much activity that they're like you had said. I mean, I think that there's a lot of I got kind of Dino's sick. You know, I think there's so much good stuff on the horizon, as there always has said there has been, or expectation of been having come, but it's just weird. You know, you don't know. You know what I mean? Tomorrow we can get some crazy Pokemon news out of nowhere. Like they're weird like that. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of which, we got like, I think.
Oh, shh.
On
just send me your OMI address, bro. Just DM me because it's like 20K, I think, right?
Yeah. All right. Do you want me to just do that and not?
Unless you want to go double or nothing for June 4th.
No. I'll.
You're gonna take that automatic money.
Yeah, I'll take the 20K OMI, and I'll do that.
I still got time. I got a couple weeks. Get out of here.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. So there is a couple of things. Dan, please go. We have currently, as far as the big properties, Alex was going over yesterday or a few days ago on Twitter, all of the separate things. Like, why aren't they all in one giant thing? Like you have R2 and C3PO up here, you have Elsa in the Hat down here. It's because they're all different studios. They're all, so I don't know how many emails the team had to go and email to each different executive of each different, here's Star Wars, here's Fox, here's these different ones. But we have Star Wars month, May 4th coming like next week. Do you expect any Star Wars things or any additional Star Wars things like we already have?
I always say that, you know, Veve has done this from the beginning. They've always timed. Absolutely, Dan. I'm looking for like sales data on just volume items. I want to see stats on just the actual data on volume. I want to see items that are selling in volume. I want to see just stats on just items that are in volume. I want to see what's selling the most of. You know what I mean? That's all I care. That's all I care about. Top volume items, and just give me a data on that.
There's a boy. There's gods.
Dude. Listen. Yeah. See, Grails would bring new users, of course.
Yeah.
You know, look. When it comes to like the expectation, everything that Veve has done, it's all a part of timing. You know, Disney 50th, they come out with the golden moments. You know, they come out with a movie, they come out with the comic, they come out with the character comes out,
They come out, you know, so that's just, you know, Comic-Con comes, you know, they shoot those particular drops out.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. You know, we got Strange coming out in another week or so.
Yeah. And
you
David,
know,
you retweeted one of those things, so I think we're gonna get it Doctor Strange NFT.
Yeah, you know it's gonna come. And you know, what do you call Scarlet Witch is in there.
Heck yeah.
And that's and that X-Men of the X-Men 4 Uncommon, that's just her. That's a serious awesome book.
She's great.
It's an awesome book. That's a hardcore book anyway. Like that in a 9.6 or 9.8, hundreds of thousands. Hardcore book. And you know, she's the Uncommon, and that comes out one of the pages that were inside the book. And you know, she plays an integral part of that movie. You know what I mean? And that's her first appearance. So it's important, you know what I mean? Like when people don't realize, like, I'm not pumping anything. Just realize the demand comes from, you know, people are going to see the movie. They're going to say, oh, you know, it's just like anything else. What's going on with this cat thing, bro, today? What's going on, man?
Because someone named their cat after you, and they want an NFT of you as a cat or a cat named Mr. Pags. I don't make the rules.
Dean named Dean, the one that had purchased obviously Chewy's and my 45 and 47 Waltz. Dude, it's ridiculous having both of them. Yeah. His cat was named Squibs. I think he named his cat, or his cat's name's Squibs, and his profile, because of me being Mr. Pags, he changed his profile on Veve is Mr. Squibs. So that's him.
Oh, I thought he named his cat after you. And so like we had this fantasy Pags, you just ruined it. You could have let us believe. So he named their cat. You know, if I get a new cat, or if I get another cat and it's a boy, I'll name it Mr. Pags. I gotta.
Oh, let me tell you something. I had 2 cats from my kids recently, both females, and you know, Stampy and Bubba. They just had it. There's a guy that was able to take them both. They just getting, you know, it's just too much. I didn't even want them to begin with, you know, and you know, cat hair. I need a clean house, you know. But you know,
we have to block Dino now. Hasn't seen Spaceballs. We gotta get him out of here.
Dino's
but
yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot to talk about. I mean, look, we have a lot of as you know, God entry. You know, there's a lot of things that we are able to have shared with us outside of you know, just normal statistics, and we see market moves, whether they're bulls or bear or whatever. You know, there's narratives that the narratives that are on TV that obviously it's unfortunately the way that they direct the narrative is the way that people act. And if they want to scare people, it's gonna create scare and fear in the market. If they make that there's markets coming back and kicking back and everything's there, it's gonna make people buy, and it ups the markets. It's just those are the narratives and the timing, and it's kind of like set up. With us, we're kind of like, you know, I mean, what happens with Bitcoin? It happens with the alts. It's just the way it is. And what happens with the alts? Not that all the time it happens to OMI, but people get afraid, you know. And if you have a lot of the way that OMI is right now, if you get a lot of people that are just starting to, you know, accumulate OMI and starting to get all bullish, you know what's going to happen if something pops off. You know, NFTs are going to go down because people are going to try to get out of NFTs and just go into gems and sell the gem. You know, then what happens? You know what I mean? And that's why it's like weird, because like we don't have NFT to NFT transfer right now. So you can't even give something to somebody and just say, okay, give me, you can't sell nothing to somebody. That's a hardcore thing because now the only way for you to get anything, and you can't do gem transfer, is you have to sell the item on the app. That's the only way. You can only buy the item on the app. There's no way to get it, you know, unless you do some kind of like escrow where it's trust.
That is fair. That
is
a good point.
Other than that, it's bad because you can't make no big moves right now. I had to buy I just collected the Ultimate Fallout 4,
I just got it. I just tweeted it. I showed you. I paid $10,000 for that particular that secret rare that I got. It was like an 850 or something like that.
Yeah.
10 grand for that. It's crazy. But I did it. I collected the whole set, and I got the whole set. I never really was like into wanting it. And in fact, I helped a guy that collects has all the lowest mints of that. CG. He's kid Chris from Florida. He's like 19 years old, 20 years old. He's got the whole set, the lowest mints of each one. I was a big inspiration to him, and I actually sold him the ultra rare lowest one to him at one time. But you can't do that now. You have to buy everything on the app you want it. Now I want something from you. I can't. I say, you know what, Randy? I'll give you 2 million OMI right now. I need your like 3. Give me an alligator or whatever, one of your alligators. Can't do it. You say, Henry, can't do it. So we just can't do our transactions. It's held a lot of stuff up, and it's bad. And I'm not saying, it's like you can't make no deals. There's nothing that could happen that you can make a deal. Or if you obviously have resources where you have crypto, and you can give the crypto to somebody that has gems, and then you can list a cheap collectible, and then they actually buy the cheap collectible from you listing. Then you now got the gems, and you got gems, but now you still have to transact it in the marketplace. So it's just no matter what you do to get an NFT, you have to transact it in the marketplace, no matter what. And it's really it's unfortunate. And they're talking about the NFT transfer won't happen until MTL comes, or KYC or something happens. And if KYC ain't going to come, and MTL and NFT transfer is not going to happen until KYC, bro. We're at like a little standstill. And they're talking about the burning of OMI. That's a problem. Because all the big money items, how are you supposed to purchase an 11,000 gem or 12,000 or 13,000 gem vault? How do you get that many gems? You're limited to how many gems you can buy per day. Okay. Not a lot of people have resources to get gems. And then if you do, there's a lot of scam.
Yeah.
How does it work? Then you got to trust people. There's a
You
lot
need
more.
You need an escrow.
Yeah, no, I'm just making a point. You have to go through escrow, or you have to get through stuff. But I'm just making a point. There's still fees, and there's still processes and stuff, and that's still, to get 13,000, you still have to buy a collectible. So you're paying 2% or 2.5% at best. You're still losing like 2,000 gems just to get the gems to buy something that costs 13 grand in gems. So you're spending 15,000 in gems just because you have to get the gems to buy a $13,000 item.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That would be taken care of as we get the web app. And I don't expect it to happen tomorrow, but over the next 2 months, that would seem like it would make sense. So I think it's just a lull. You don't think it's going to happen over the next 2 months? I mean, the web app looked pretty finished when they were going over it in the AMA last month, or almost 2 months ago now. I think they're just waiting, and Kay had talked about this, that there are accounts like Dr. Profit, Ray Fixie, major whales like that, not necessarily them, but maybe them, that their accounts are banned because they bought or sold something, they had some with their gems, and they're not going to upset some of their biggest whales by rolling things out before they get their accounts back. So it makes sense that a lot of these things are already done. They're just waiting for the investigation to be over. I think that is, and if they've already been at it for about a month and they're almost done, let's say another month, let's push it till June. Okay, that's still in April, May, June. That's still in Q2. So I at least see it starting.
I don't even want to comment it, bro. I don't even want to comment it. I'm gambling with you for 20,000 OMI. I'm going to lose that deal probably. I had thought that we would get a Pokemon announcement before the 4th, though I know it's another week. I doubt it. It's 100% guaranteed we're going to get Pokemon. I'm telling you that right now. No financial advice, but I'm telling you we're going to get Pokemon. And I just don't know when, but why and when. So because we're waiting for like us to get off the Go chain and we're being ETH coin.
What makes you so sure about Pokemon?
I'm 100% guaranteed, bro.
But what makes you so?
Because I don't
sense. But like,
no, I just for me, I just don't believe that you would have. I don't think that you would have someone with the caliber and connections and IP and licensing experience and age in the industry like Al Khan to be attached to the biggest transformation in the history of gaming and the history of collectibles. We're at that pinnacle point right now. We're at that peak. And Pokemon has not delved into this space yet. And you have the key guy that has all of the outlets and everything from A to Z worked out from the IP and licensing under his belt already for over 3 decades of experience. And he's with the top, arguably the top collecting NFT app and company in the space attached to a deflationary coin that's actually trading as an ERC20 coin, layer 1 and layer 2.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, it makes sense.
What I'm saying? Where else? Where else are they going to go?
Like, it definitely makes sense for them to have it, and because of who we have. But just based on different interviews with I forget who it was, Miyamoto, or saying that, and they could have just been playing coy, saying that we are not going to get into the NFT space unless we could put their own Pokemon or Nintendo spin on it. Out of all, and you hear rumors all the time, and rumors tend to start from somewhere, and some are probably true, and I haven't heard any rumor. I haven't heard any inside scoop of it's like, yo, we got Pokemon. Like, I haven't heard that yet. I've heard a lot of other things, and even if they're not true, is Disney gonna buy Veve? Like, you hear stuff like that, and obviously Disney would not do that with the myriad of problems that Veve has. In 5 years, maybe Disney would offer, but they have the perfect outlet to go and
I think that there's always acquisition targets that are out there, but forget about that. It's just like Tesla. Tesla could have bought Twitter when it was $5 or $10 billion cheaper. Why wait? Because there's strategy.
Yeah.
This is about strategy. It doesn't matter what Veve has now. It's what maybe Disney wants Veve to have at a certain time. Forget about any of that, though. Getting back to Pokemon, look, Pokemon is, everybody talks about HRO, and there's other companies out there. You know what? Look, I'll make this a promise, and I'll actually transact it. In fact, Randy, I actually will do this.
Okay.
This is recorded. I will personally drive out to you. I'm going to come up into your home. I'm going to come in there, and so it's a live stream of not just me being home and you being there. I want to be with you on a live stream in your place. I'm going to transact a minimum of $25,000, minimum up to $50,000, but just say $25,000 be more fair in Pokemon, in any other type of company that takes on Pokemon as NFTs. I don't care if it's HRO. I don't care what company comes out and they have a license with Pokemon. The first before Veve, I will actually transact $25,000 legitimate money into that particular project at that moment, and I will purchase them live on the air, and I'll show you as I buy them, and I'll buy them right there. Whatever's getting bought, I'll spend $25,000 worth, and I'll have a little bit of a strategy to it. I'm not going to just wing it, and I'll go do it live. You know why? And because I'm going to tell you why. Because it's to show that that's how much I believe that Pokemon has to behind itself. If they have that kind of momentum and they go with, I don't care who they go with, I want to invest in that particular project for them, because it's just like getting Todds when they first came out, or MC1s when they first came out. It's the key. It's going to happen on Veve, bro. It's just a matter of timing. Everybody's got to wait. It's everybody. These are NDAs that are getting set up, and you've seen what Al Khan has said in his interviews. Come on, man. This is real life stuff, bro. This isn't like just everybody just speculating and joking around. This is real deal. These guys this is a billion dollar, multi-billion dollar company. And they have so many outlets on the global level. They have to get it right. And because they got to get it right one time. They have to get it where you can't make a mistake. There's not you, especially Pokemon, with the variations of how many cards and how many characters there are. You got to get. You know how much content that is. That's a lot. It's going to take a long
I
time.
know. That is almost 1,000 just Pokemon, not including the
Thank you.
trainers or the badges or the Pokeballs.
You just look at it as 1,000. You know, 1,000's a lot, bro.
If we get Pokemon, I will do the longest stream I've ever done is like 7 hours. I will do a 8-hour stream. I don't know who with yet, but if we get Pokemon, that will be the stream. I will do 8 hours. With all right, Pat, you totally be one of the main guests. Yes.
Oh, me? Yeah, you. Me? Yeah, you. Okay, me? Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Let me tell you something. And that's we just talked 1,000, bro. That's like 1,000 variants of one comic. Do you realize how much content that is?
Yeah.
Wait, it gets better. It gets better. We only have like 100 comics that have been dropped, about approximately. It's taken 9 months to drop 90 or almost 100 different comics, and if 5 variants per comic, and realized a lot of them were just color imposed in and out. It wasn't like there was a lot of sets that the whole entire set got the same print with just different color variation.
Yeah.
Very little did all of every single variant, like the Thanos, or like, that every single one was different. Okay. Amazing Spider-Man 361, where every single one was different, X-Men 4, because when you have every single one that's different, that's a whole nother template of particular art that has to get made and done, especially with Veve exclusives. When you have 1,000 different ones, would only just say with 100 comics, with 5 variants of each comic, we're 9 months, and we've only released a total of all the variants combined, 500. And it's not really 500 because, like I said, a lot of them were color imposed from uncommon and rare, where they're just pulling color out and putting color in, black and white. It's not really with Pokemon. You need 1,000 separate entities, and that's, guess what? That's generation 1. That's series 1.
Yeah, Gen 1's got 150. There's another 100 in Gen 2. Like, yeah, so there's almost 1,000 in all of them, but there's also different forms. Like, you have Vulpix, and then you have the Alolan form of Vulpix, and then you have the shiny for each one.
The shiny, the hollow, right? You're right.
Yeah. So there's a lot. I guess
so think about it took 9 months to get all these comics in, and you're just going to get Pokemon dropped, and they're all just going to appear. How do you even offer that?
It would take over a decade.
No, right. That's what I'm saying. You'd have to release like 20 or 30 every single week. What kind of how do you even price that? This model has to take time. It's going to take a lot of time. And let me tell you something. Veve has all of the infrastructure for it. They may be a little, and they're hiring, but if Vive's here and they've done what they've done, and all of the collectibles and comics, and we haven't really had any blips, dude. We've had serious, intense, serious, heavy buying and sells and buying sells, and we haven't had a blip or no crashes in the app ever on any of the drops. And we're here a good year later with collectibles, over a year later with collectibles and comics, and we're good. What other company out there that's going to be able to handle that kind of Pokemon type of
I don't know.
To have the actual infrastructure set up to handle that kind of buying capability and the setup? No way, bro.
This is why I say Veve has no serious competition right now. I don't think anyone would be able to try and do that.
No way.
It'd be insane. So I'll get back to that in a second. For me, I didn't sell Tesla or all my Pokemon cards for something that I'm only 8 out of 10 on. I am 10 out of 10 bullish on OMI. I was definitely early, but I'm definitely 10 out of 10 bullish on it. At least long term. Short term, who knows what happens. But and for Veve NFTs, the Grails obviously I'm very bullish on. But the Resos and Spider-Mans and whatever. But like the other ones, like you said, they'll do what they do. Free market will decide. I don't know about the normal ones. What about you?
For me, obviously on the short term, I'm not bullish at all with anything in the crypto space at all. It's across the board. It doesn't matter what coin it is, just because of that fact. On the NFTs, at the prices that they are right now, I am bullish more. I put it like this: I just spent over 20,000. Well, a good probably $24,000, $22,000 actual money worth of gems to get obviously the Ultimate Fallout 4 set with the low mint. So I had to buy them on the open market, and those were the lowest that I could get to kind of like, be more affordable. So NFTs, I'm super pumped at the prices that they're at right now. I think that if you can gauge getting some Grails, and specifically possibly ultra rare Grails, right now they probably have a great opportunity. That's where I'm at. You know what I mean? I'm not really crypto bullish right now, because I think that there's things on the horizon, let's say, that can cause an upset in the global markets, not just crypto, but stock markets and currency markets, that can hurt the entire world. No one's going to be talking about OMI, NFTs, Pokemon. They're going to be talking about seeds, water. They're going to be talking about gold and silver. They're going to be talking about like apocalypse stuff, because people are going to be rushing to go get, if we got into a situation where with COVID, where we had no toilet paper, and they had a ration paper towels and toilet paper, and that was just on a COVID thing. Can you imagine what goes on with food?
This is a real thing happened.
And items and dry goods and stuff. Everything stops, especially if there's an EMP where computer systems shut down. Computers shut down.
God.
Gas stations shut down because the computers are a part of the gas. You can't pump the gas. And then you talk about trucking and air fuel. All a shipment stop. Amazon stops. Walmart stop. It's bad. And it could just happen like this. An EMP, and global or nuclear. I'm just look. This isn't an all thing. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just making a point that when you ask a question about where I am with OMI, it's an across the board total market fear that I'm not bearish. I'm not shorting anything, and I'm not really selling anything, but I'm not buying, and I'm not bullish at all with any cryptocurrency at the moment. If you have money, and it's a matter of you asking me where could I put it right now, I'd say probably, get a pallet of water, and try to like get some silver, low denomination of silver, or low ounce coins, small ounce coins, half ounce, quarter ounce tabs of gold. Just get something small where it's transactional, and just hold tight for now. That's all I would say. Maybe a little cash, but whatever. But that's it. Other than that, ammunition, and just hold tight, because you never know. This is just me, because you never know what could happen. I'm not a bug out bag. This ain't like, get crazy. I'm just making a point that. I'm just making a point that if something pops off, you're going to be talking about Randy and Mr. Pag's live streams anymore. It goes to another development, but it happens like this. It's not something where you get like 2 weeks to decide and you talk about it. So, that's why I'm not. If obviously there was peace talks and Russia and Ukraine came to some kind of an agreement and the markets responded and things happen, I don't see that happen. I think we're on the other end of that spectrum. And I see that if I'm in the real estate market, I see mortgage rates going up faster than anything I've ever seen in my life. It's in over 6%. Guys, it was 3% less than 2 years ago. A year ago, you were in the 2s. Now with 3s and 4s and 5s, we're over 5s now, going into the 6s. Mortgage rates. We already don't have inventory. Buyers are already rushing to the finish line to get homes because there's not enough there. Now they're rushing to the finish line even faster because they want to lock rates in on top of buying the house. So it's insane. It's why Fed rate and heights, inflation at all-time high. These aren't good signs for any market.
So this is not just triple death cross coming. Bitcoin might really take a hit. This is a lot more than that. This is like, if Russia, let's say Russia doesn't have plans to win, but they also don't plan to lose. Like, they don't need to launch their nukes. They could just detonate half the nukes they have and the whole world is destroyed. You're thinking like
they don't have to do any nukes they want, bro. They have, listen, it's like the United States, okay, taking over like Guatemala or taking over Ecuador or something, or Mexico. It's like the entire conglomerate of the United States military going into Mexico and saying, we're taking your country over.
Yeah.
There's no competition. Ukraine is not, everybody thinks it's like this whole Ukraine. Russia is like China, United States. This is the global power. They have more nukes. I'm just making a point. Ukraine has, we're like fighting. It's like the whole entire country of the United States fighting one state in the United States. Are you serious? It's not even a battle. I don't know the narratives that are being put out, like Ukraine's fighting back and they're shooting planes down. What? Russia could drop 3 or 4 bombs, crush the whole country in one breath, and do whatever they want, and put a fence up around Ukraine's border and say it's ours again or now. Come on. Yeah. There's another thing going on right now.
What I meant by that is not by like that Ukraine would beat Russia by themselves. It was that like it spills over into like the Baltic states and more of Western Europe, and then Russia actually does have a real fight. And then they say like, okay, we're either going to win or we make sure everybody loses. That is what I meant. So I understand what you're saying.
And look, I'm not even conspiracy theory because we can get crazy, but the United States can be a deep thing. United States it could be United States brings a nuke drone over there, drops a bomb, and everybody said, oh my God, look what Russia did to Ukraine. And Russia could be sitting there like, I can't fucking believe it. We didn't really drop the bomb. They would be like, who did it? Or they could be in on it knowing that the United States is going to do that and they have a whole new plan. Listen, I've always been hearing this. Okay. I've always been hearing about this great reset. Whatever. Great reset. Really? Always talking about, cryptocurrency, one world, new world order, all the banks don't want this cryptocurrency. It's going to flip them on. Really? They don't want it? They don't want it? Think about it. New world order? Let me tell you something. I remember when I first learned about new world order, when I heard about what it was all about, it was under a one world government. The only way that can happen is if you have a one world currency. And the only way that you can have a one world currency where you can track every single transaction on a global level to and from anybody around the world. Wow, doesn't that sound familiar? Yeah. Think about that for 1 minute, bro.
Wallets, Bitcoin.
And it's such a great alibi. Make the whole world think that, the banks don't want, or the governments don't want cryptocurrency. It sounds so great. But then at the same time, you're hearing about MIT coming out with a pilot program for the Bank of Boston of this project that's been going on. MIT running it, and it includes Algorand, it includes Algorand blockchain and XRP and a whole bunch of other things, and then that's going to be the pilot of the Federal Bank of Boston. That's good. That's going to represent what? Just in case for the United States, for the Canadian current, like what's going on? You know what I mean? If it's against the banks, why are they piloting a federal bank in Boston of cryptocurrency if something that's going to not be right?
Yeah.
There's a lot more questions than there is answers, and we could speculate, but I don't look, we'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying?
I know things have been done in Ukraine before, like in 2014, when the whole country had democratically decided to vote to not go into the European Union. There was some outside government agency that took a page out of America's playbook and said, hey, what you guys did to Iran in 1953, 51, we're going to do to Ukraine. They initiated a coup and they installed a pro-European Union president so that they would try to join. So the things have been done before. I understand where you're coming from. That is possible. The world ain't all just sunshine and rainbows, if I can quote Rocky. However, I think some might call me like a cockeyed optimist or maybe naive. I think that because of the way that we have technology now, the whole world is kind of watching everything and what we do. I think this is something that has a less of a chance of happening now than it did 8 years ago in Ukraine. Now, again, that's just my opinion.
I mean, this is true. I mean, but like, I mean, obviously, getting back to the solution. I mean, look at it. What do we have from the only method of our bartering system we have? We barter cash for an item. That's it. But every single currency on this planet is inflationary. So because of that, it's not backed by anything and it's all fiat. The only way to do that is to have something that's what you would consider and how you would consider decentralized.
Yeah.
And that's Bitcoin. I mean, in all honesty, that's the only thing that really is. And it's so ironic that the only coin that's truly decentralized, at least at the moment, Bitcoin, the founders and creators are anonymous. Wow, that's a great alibi. I mean, if the United States and the whole world had these developers that wanted to develop it, Craig Wright and all these people, yeah, I know. If they really wanted to develop it, don't you think that's a perfect alibi to make a name, make the whole world think it's someone else, and then just come up with, this magic coin that just happens to have a way of being able to, mine. It's a perfect story.
So wind the clocks back 15 years, like cut my age in half, go back to 2007, 2000, whatever. And I am like the biggest Alex Jones, like, oh, they're all coming for us. And, I part of the reason why I went into the military was so I could try to change things, because I thought New World Order was coming. I thought it was like developing. And then I get in there and I work with not just people my age, not just people that are low ranking. I actually do some things, and I get to talk to speaking with some very high-ranking individuals. Not all of them are smart. I think I think you're giving, in this current light, way too much credit to the intelligence of people that are elected. They're good at being elected. They're good at spinning a yarn, and they're good at trying to make people think. But they are not. Most of them are nowhere near as smart as you, and most of them are. It falls apart after like 2 seconds. So, and also I think with this decentralization, I think people want things to be centralized, especially people at Bored Ape Yacht Club. They got hacked for I don't know how many millions or tens of millions of dollars today, because a lot of it's decentralized. Like that wouldn't happen on Veve. I think centralization to a point can be a very good thing. Now I'm all for like anti-government stuff. The less that they control, the better, because they're not good and they don't have our best interest at heart. But I think that the world is coming to a kind of finding its balance, kind of finding its medium here. So I am bullish on it. That makes me feel.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not saying that. I mean, there was a point in time back in 98, 99. I was like heavily into, I don't want to say Alex Jones. He was just one of the guys, I mean, I was more of a listener, not really a hardcore believer, not conspiracy theorist. However, I was a good listener, and I just wanted to hear what everybody had to say. These people are experienced, and so that's fine. I heard things, but when you go through looking at evidence from a historical standpoint, and you go through the years and you learn about particular government controls and you learn about history from like Constantine and like King of France, I'm saying, I'm just going back to like actual kings, and you actually see, and Knights Templar, and you see how things were funded, and you see how things, and then even finding a new land and Freemasonry. And these are, in other words, what we have here today, almost to the point of our own consciousness that we have, had to be based on decisions that were made. We don't have consciousness out of randomness. It was out of a choice of a decision somewhere down the line. And so there has to be some motive of conspiracy, because otherwise the decision would have never made it. We won't be here. If someone wanted to, in other words, if we were supposed to get nuked, they're not going to wait until the world has 7 billion people to nuke us. They could have nuked us back in the 1800s. They had this capability for a long time, bro. And I know they're going to tell us what we had, but I know two things that are fact. Okay. Mm-hmm. When my father and my mother were in grammar school, they never had globes in their school. They always had flat maps. And only until 1958 did the flat map go away. And then globes, the actual sphere of a globe in classrooms, actually started. And three things happened at that point. You not only had
they not only did they do away with actual flat maps, they actually they put the globe sphere and model into schools everywhere in the whole world. But NASA was created, and the Antarctic Treaty all happened in 1958. All three of those things happened in one spot. So you had a bunch of countries that said it was illegal and you will get shot to death. Like you go to Area 51, if you go beyond a certain point in Antarctica.
Yeah.
If it's only ice, why would you kill me if I go to a certain point out there? What's out there that you are going to kill? I can understand Area 51 because I could see proprietary technology from a military standpoint. But what the hell is out in ice that you don't want me going to a certain distance and I can't go there no matter how much money I got?
So yeah, even military that's down there, they have security forces set up at the perimeter saying you cannot go past. And I have three theories about that. But the biggest is that there are maps that were found, I guess, recently over the last couple of years. And the maps predate, they were in the, I think, 1700s or 18, but before they had the ability to go to Antarctica. And on the maps, there were things drawn in Antarctica. Like there were animals and there were people and there were these civilizations that were able to, before we had the technology for it, that were able to go to Antarctica and map it out and draw and post what things were there. And, finally, these maps are kind of come to light last few years, but up until 4 or 5 years ago, if you were to say that, nope, goodbye is your career as an archaeologist or a mathematician, whatever. It's
I just make a point. It's this is my point. If I'm a billionaire, if we just say we had hundreds of millions of dollars, just say OMI went crazy, we have tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
We spent $3, $4, $5 million on a private jet, a nice private jet, 5 million, 8 million, whatever. We still got a lot of money. We got a pilot, or we could get our pilot license. We could fly our own plane. Yeah. And just say we went and we just kept going. Right?
Yeah.
And we got into the point where we would be warned. If we keep going, we're going to get shot down. All I'm making a point is that what threat are we to anybody? It's not like they're doing. In other words, we're not being advised or being like we are Area 51, these other areas. Military compounds all over the country. We're not allowed to go. Fort Dix in New Jersey, we can't go to a certain. You can't fly over. There's no fly zone. We can't do it. I can understand. There's military operation. There's not military operations over there. It's an Antarctic Treaty. It means why is there got to be a United Nations consensus of an agreement that had to get signed that no one's allowed to go there? Why? It's not just one country. It's not just one group of people. So I'm not getting off the subject. All I'm saying is that if there's a question, or there's a question about our history, there's a question about things going on, there's meaning. And for me, it's I don't believe in stuff. It is a little flat earthish because I know. Look, I have the Planes Live app, and my wife and my brother-in-laws both went to Italy.
Yeah.
And they just came back. They were there for 2 weeks, and I tracked their plane. Now, if I'm going east from New Jersey, and I look on them, obviously, if I hold my finger and I have a globe, and I have my finger on Jersey, and I spin the Earth naturally east to west, and I go right. My finger, if I'm going east, I'm going to go over Portugal, and I'm going to go over Spain, and because that's the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, right or wrong. And if I'm an airline company, I'm going to go the shortest distance. I'm not going to spend more fuel to go a different way unless there was some kind of an element of hurricanes or something where I had a detour, but then they would good to be a layover, it'd be a different area. But I'm just talking straight line stuff. I would be going through Portugal and Spain to get to Italy. When they take off, when I have a flat map and I draw a straight line on a flat map from New Jersey to Italy, guess where I go?
Where?
I go up over Oak Island, Nova Scotia. I actually go up and over. I actually come from the freaking north of France onward to the south of France to Rome.
So
it's exactly a straight line. And you want to know something? When I'm following them on the map, that's how they are. Your plane, they never go through Portugal or Spain coming east. So now I'm like, wait a minute. if they're going north, why are they going north on a flat map? When you draw a straight line from New Jersey to Italy, you do that exact thing. You go north. You're not going east. You draw it and you're going north, because if you go north, that's where Italy is. It's not east. If you go on a flat map and you draw east from New Jersey, guess where you ride eventually? The west coast of Africa. You're going to ride the entire, from when you're looking at a map, when you look at the north part of Africa, south part of Africa, if you go east from New Jersey, you will ride the entire coast, west coast, from the north part to the south part, or from the top part, so to say, to the southern part of Africa, going east from New Jersey, because that's a straight line. And there was someone that made a good point, and I seen it on TikTok, because I have a flat map in my office. Yeah. They actually had there was a trip that had to go from Australia to South America, like I don't know if it was Uruguay or something, right? They had to get a fuel stop. They stopped off in like freaking Alaska.
Yeah.
Bro, think about when you're looking at a map and you got to go from Australia to Alaska.
Yeah.
To get gas to come all the way back down to South America. Wouldn't you just go from Australia and just go east?
South America.
Right. You would just go east. Australia is as south as South America is. South America is east.
I mean, for that, maybe they didn't have enough, or they couldn't carry enough fuel to get there. Maybe.
No, Randy. On the flat map, if you draw a straight line from Australia to South America, you go right over the United States.
Yeah.
You go right over the United States on a globe. Is there any United States involved in between Australia and South America? Think about that.
It should just be ocean.
It should be, exactly. And there isn't. It's you go over America. You go over North America to get to South America from Australia.
And that's why it would be the stopping in Alaska.
I'm just telling you that. So it would make sense to get fuel if you had to stop over in Alaska, because you're not really going too far off, because when you're going from Australia to South America, you're going up the most northern part on a flat map. You're going up the most northern part of North America, which is Alaska. It makes sense to stop there. You got to look at, bro, it's insane. And I'm telling you that when you look at why would an air flight go all the way on, if you're looking at a globe, go all the way to Alaska to get gas to come all the way down to South America? It's not. You actually have to pass Alaska. You have to go a little off course, but it's very little to get gas to come. You fly right over North America. In fact, you go from Australia. You take a plane from Australia. I'll pay for it. Go to Australia. If it doesn't happen, I'll pay for it. Go to Australia. If I'm wrong, I'll pay for it.
Okay.
Go to Australia and tell me that you do not fly over. Are you ready? Going to South America. You do not fly over California, or you do not fly over or Vegas or any of the Western coast states.
So you're saying that you would. So here's the reason why, to go with your one before. I think that because as the Earth spins, it is shorter to go north.
Randy,
to go north and then have the Earth spin.
It is absolutely nowhere. You would not travel over 3,000 to 4,000 miles out of the way to get gas to come back down another 4,000 miles. You don't understand listen to what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I meant when you were talking about Italy and going over like Spain and Portugal before, that part makes sense to go north. But yeah, the one in Australia, that's a little.
No, it's not even the other way. When they left Rome, when they left Rome, they didn't go east. When I was following them what I'm saying is they're not going east. When you're looking at a globe, if you're in Rome and you go east, you're going to go through Spain. You're going to go over Spain because you have to go over Sicily, right? You have to go over Sicily from Rome. You got to go over, Bay of Naples. You have to go through Spain. You got to go through Portugal, over the Atlantic, and over to New Jersey, right? Yeah. That's how it happened. From Rome, They went all the way up north, up through the South France, over North France, and up and over Nova Scotia, over Oak Island.
Yeah, so this is why I think for this particular leg, not the Australia one, for this particular leg is because you would want to go north because that would be the shorter route, because the farther you get north, the less space you have to travel as the Earth turns to go the other way and then come down.
Randy, if you're on a globe, if you're on a round sphere, and you go from New Jersey, you will only go east on the shortest distance on a globe from New Jersey to Rome would be a direct course east, a straight bullet from on a globe from Jersey straight over to Italy.
Yeah, but that's if you go.
You would do nothing of the sort of going south or north. You would go straight from one, because we are on the same equatorial plane. Our longitude line is, we would be right on the same line. Yeah,
but that's why you go north, because then you have less distance to travel. Because if you're going from one spot to the other,
if you're on a globe, if I have a ball, if I have a soccer ball, and I'm on the point here, right? Why would I go? Listen, just look at it. Okay. Why would I go up and over and come this way when I can go this way? This is so short going this way. Going up and over makes absolutely no sense on a sphere, but it's not. It's flat. It's 100%, bro. I'm telling you, I'm not a flat guy. I'm not a flat earther. I'm saying to myself, why would they go north? But listen, do you know where Nova Scotia is? You know where Oak Island is? That's all the way up north. Why am I traveling up north when Italy on a sphere is east of us?
So here's my reason why is because, let's say, yes, traveling straight, you use a certain amount of gas to travel straight, but you also use a certain amount of gas if you go up north, because there is instead of going this far, you go up north, and then that distance is closed because you're traveling a smaller space, because the world gets smaller as you go up. Like it gets
the world gets smaller as you go up.
Well yeah, because it starts like this, and then it'll go like this. So
it's
instead of traveling,
bro, it's not a
here
football.
To here, it's not a football. Let's say it's not a perfect circle, but let's say it is a perfect circle.
It's the same this way as it is this way.
All right, so let's say it's a perfect circle.
As it is this way.
Let's say it's not. Let's say it is not slightly ovalish, and it's a perfect circle, and you can go from circumference. The circumference of, or the diameter of it, is long this way, as opposed to it is up here.
All right, how about this? I have a bet with you, okay? Because I love you're a gambler. This is what you do: buy a globe. Watch. Do this. Just do this. You are an airline. You are airlines. You need to spend as least fuel as possible. Nautical miles are nautical miles, right?
Okay,
It's real simple. How many nautical miles is it from? Is it from New Jersey to Rome? Okay.
But that is one part of the equation, though.
No. It's the only reason, because you're not going to, as an airline, you are not going to spend more fuel if you don't have to. You're going to go the shortest distance between 2 points. That's it.
I agree.
No, it's not It's not about agreeing. It's a fact. You're not going to spend. You're going to try to save as much fuel as possible because you need to save money. You're not going to spend more money. Okay, that's number one.
So here's my. Oh no, I don't want this mystery offer. Okay, if you have. Let's say in this particular picture, the Earth is a perfect circle, right? And you want to go from here to here.
Where?
Excuse my language. I'm sorry. Let's say you want to go from one point over here, and you just want to make a straight line.
You see where the boot is? You see where the boot is? That's New Jersey.
Yes, I see that.
New Jersey. That's New Jersey, and directly east would be Portugal, and that's the shortest distance.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
So you are going to want to do the shortest distance,
but
right?
But here's my thing though. If you go,
no. Watch this. No, wait. Listen. Now keep this model. Why, if you can just go east there, if you had a shoelace on a sphere, and you put a tack right on New Jersey, and you had the tack on the shoelace. Going to Italy and you put a tack, you're going to mark it. But now watch. What if you kept the sphere and you went up and over like this on a sphere? It would be a longer shoelace you would need.
Yeah.
Why would you go the longer route? They went up and over all the way up.
I understand 100% that they went from they went from here and they went up and they went up and then they went down. Because if you do that, if you go up, then the distance from here going to here is much shorter, because as the Earth turns, you see how this is really wide? Like the Earth is wide, but up here it is less wide. And it being less wide, that means you have a shorter distance to travel.
Bro.
That's why they go up. Now, for the Australia to South America, I have zero idea why they go to.
It's the same thing. I can't understand what you're not understanding. Listen, don't look on your map. Buy a globe, get a shoelace, get a string.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. Get a string and put it in New Jersey. Get a needle and take it and put it in there, because a globe represents an actual, just a shrinking model of real life. It's to scale.
Yeah.
So why would it? Doesn't matter. You're saying it would be short. It's not shorter. I'm trying to tell you that it's not shorter. It's longer. It's ridiculously longer. We
need to buy a plane when OMI moons. We need to go and get a plane. I'm looking for the super chat also, but the comments are okay. They're buy Bitcoin and OMI in the chaos. 100%. Yeah. So I think that's what we need to do to try to see, like, okay, or we wouldn't even need to do that. We would just need to put a GPS tracker on 2 different aircraft. It would still cost an arm and a leg. We would have one person say, like, hey, you're going to take this direct flight, and then this one person's gonna, go up and over. And then based on how much fuel. I
totally don't have to prove this to you. And this is not a flat earther conversation. I don't want to get off the topic.
I mean, I'm very curious.
Listen, I apologize. All I'm saying is, listen, just please listen to me. Okay. Just buy a flat map. I'll give you the money, dude. I don't care. Buy a globe, a real one that you can spin, not just the globe itself, the one that's inside the wheel. Okay. Yeah. When you want this, people are, I'm telling you this for a reason. Okay. It's not about trying to prove something. I was making a point that if we're being lied to, and as soon as 9/11 happened, and I knew that shit was bullshit, and I knew shit was freaking not true. We got a building that falls down. Hour later, was even hit by a plane and it goes down. And the guy bought a freaking an insurance policy on it.
Building 7 and Donald Rumsfeld and Larry Silverstein.
Yeah, come on, bro. I don't even want to talk about that. I'm just going to talk about the whole mechanism of even Bush getting advised what was taking place and his reaction. And then in the classroom, they're doing examples of planes hitting buildings in the same breath. What the hell's going on? Look. I'm over it, dude. I'm over it. At this point right now, I'm not in that kind of mindset anymore. I'm already convinced. I don't need no one to tell me. I don't even need to prove nothing to nobody. I could care less. Okay. I do what I want to do. And that's it. No one says nothing to me. And I don't care. Okay. That's it. My attitude is my attitude. If no one likes it, you don't have to like anything. You can like what you want. I can like what I want. So that's it. But the fact is that if we are not capable of going everywhere and anywhere we want on this planet, okay, without getting threatened, I want to know why. And you can't even tell me why. Now I know you're hiding something. If you're hiding something, then guess what? There's motive. And if there's motive and you're hiding something, then guess what? You're fucking lying. And you know what? If you're lying to me, then you know what? I don't believe anything then. It's just like a person.
No, I can't trust. I'm not going to trust the government as far as I can throw them. Like, I trust them the least out of any other entity in this world. And what you were saying before, agree 100%. Oh, a passport just happens to be found at the bottom of this rubble with all that survived the fire. I get it, man. I get that.
Come on, bro.
Like Larry Silverstein made billions of dollars because he took out an insurance policy months prior. Charles, I understand 100%.
And on the day before it happens, Rumsfeld makes a public speech and admits there was over $2 trillion missing that they can't find. And the databases that had the information just happened to be
Building 7.
No, in the room in the Pentagon that got hit.
I thought it was in Building 7.
That's where all of that $2.3 trillion accounting directories and libraries were for that information, and that's gone too. Really, bro? And then the FBI taking away the footage from the Sheraton's hotel video footage of some of whatever hit the Pentagon. Why can't you show? Why do you need the FBI to not be able to let us see a plane? We've seen all the other planes hit the buildings. Why can't you let that other video show? Why can't we see the Pentagon get hit?
It's just a CCTV
listen,
camera.
I don't care. I don't want to be lied to. I don't want nobody to tell me the truth. I'm convinced. I know what I know. I'm doing what I got to do. You just can believe whatever you want. And you know what? This isn't even about that, bro. This is just about us talking about an investment and Veve and OMI and where it is. And we got into this crazy conversation. And
I love these conversations. These are great.
I'm saying I'm glad that you at least are not someone that gets offended, because people get offended when they don't either agree or they don't want to talk about it. You're very accepting it, and I appreciate that. For me, I don't even want to talk about it. I know what I know, and that's it. And I don't want to. This isn't about conspiracy talk. This is about reality talk. But the reality talk for me is that when something doesn't make sense, I'm very logical and I break everything down. If it doesn't make sense, it's 100%. It has to be explained. And you know what? I'm intelligent to know. If you can't explain it to me, you're lying to me. And if you're lying to me, just like the kid asked the what's his name, one of the astronauts that went up to the moon. Did you really ever go to the moon? I don't. Or the girl said something and he couldn't even answer her.
Oh yeah.
Did you see that?
I heard about it. What
about the guy that was getting one of the other guys that went to the moon? He was trying to get questioned. And he's like, can you swear right now on the Bible that you stepped on the moon? Can you put your right hand on the Bible? How can you get defensive about that? If I went to the moon, are you kidding me? I didn't go to the moon and I'm Mr. Pags. You kidding me? I'll go swear on a book that you got the MC1. You sold the set. Yeah, bro. Come on, man. I'm grateful for you got 100 million. Oh, wait, let's go. Give me the book. I'm just making a point. I'm just saying. It's like, you know what I mean? Like I'd be happy. I'd be one of the only people in the whole world that ever did. Why would I take a defense mechanism to that? Why do I get offended? Why would I tell you to get out of my way and be like that? No, you know why? Because it was fucking bullshit and they're all liars. And you know what? If I'm being lied to on that level, I'm being lied to on this level. And if I'm being lied to on this level, I don't believe fucking nobody.
I think that maybe like the globes are like the ocean's larger than displayed. Like things are wrong.
There is the guy did on a project High Jump back in the 40s or whatever it was, 50s. The General Byrd, it's documented, bro. Go online. He tells you. He says what happened. Oh
yeah, Admiral Byrd. The North Pole.
No.
It was South Pole.
The Antarctic.
It's Antarctic.
Yeah,
okay.
He said it's beyond that. There's shit that's behind. There's land. There's animal. There's things out there, dude. It's much more than what we are being told for particular reasons. And I'm at the point where I have done my knowledge and I've done a lot of stuff. Look, all the education that I've gotten is I'm self-taught, and everything that I hear and I just take with a grain of salt and I do my own investigation. There's people that got stuff there's other flat earths, like flat discs out there. There's other flat worlds out there. How you define extraterrestrial. It just means extra land, territory, extraterrestrials, extra earth, extra land, extra places. That's all it is. Not extraterrestrial like another planet. I don't want to get into this firmament that's in the Bible and all that. That's a whole nother thing. I'm just getting into the, why can't we just, I can't have a private jet, just keep going? Why can't I? Why am I going to get shot down? The special airspace out there that the whole world is a part of. Think about it. When China signed it, and Russia signed it.
Yeah, everyone signed it.
And the United States signed it, and Africa and Australia, they all signed it. But we're enemies with each other, and they got communists, and we're free. But when it comes to that Antarctic treaty, wait a minute, we all agree on that.
Yeah.
China will shoot you down, and the United States will shoot you down. We're partners there. But outside of that Antarctic treaty, we're enemies. Come on, bro. What the hell's going on?
There's a reason why in Earth 2, I could have I got in very early. I could have chosen anywhere to build my megacity. I chose Antarctica.
I remember you telling me that, bro. You're fucking psycho, dude. I love you, man. That's the shit, man.
There's somebody up there. I can't find it now. There's somebody up there is like, is Randy taking female hormones? Like, oh my God.
Have you?
No. I just shaved. That's it.
You taking HCG? What are you doing, bro?
No.
You growing boobs? Trying
to build that chest muscle, bro. In my fairy tale shirt.
You got man boobs again? What happened, bro?
Talk
about man boobs. I'm gonna be in Vegas for
nice.
Couple weeks, bro. I'll be out there.
So when you remember that guy that used to do he ate like nothing but McDonald's for like 30 days.
Yes.
Same dude tried to go to Afghanistan to try to find bin Laden or wherever he was trying to go, got really close to him, and the government told him to back off. They're like, nope, this is too dangerous for you. You can't do it. It's like the same thing, like things that they want to, like, why not? You're looking for him anyway. Is it because that maybe he had already died before we shot him and before they dumped his body in the ocean? Or the same thing in Antarctica. Would you want to go one day? Would you want to take like a trip to Antarctica?
I already had looked into it, bro. I looked into it, and I was told that you can get to a certain point, and if you go beyond those points, they still sometimes let you go beyond those points. But there's like they call it a red area or an orange area. When you get into that area, you will get shot. You will get shot like you're going to Area 51 if you go too far. You can go to Area 51 and you could go over the land and over. They still won't shoot you. They'll send out an entourage out to get you. They still won't shoot you. But if you get to a certain point, they will shoot you. It's the same in Antarctica. It's actually an area where if you get to beyond those I don't think it's even fenced. It's just an actual area, and it's so strategically set up. Apparently, they have either drones or satellite images for you they could tell heat if just your body heat is picked up on radar scan. They don't even have to know if there's anybody out there. They just see heat out there. They're going to get shot dead. That's it.
We need to go Arnold Schwarzenegger and Predator and cover ourselves in mud or something to be able to hide the heat.
It's impossible, bro. It's impossible. The military will shoot you dead, bro. And I'm saying to myself, if the military shooting you dead, that particular part of the military that's shooting you, they're not getting shot. So they know. Well, if they know, that's their life. They sit out there like rats, and that's all they do. They just wait for some people to try to break the rule. That's what they were given. That was the right they were given. Really?
That is life at Minot Air Force Base, because that's where a lot of the nukes are stored. All security forces does is they just sit at the perimeter, wait in their car for 10 hours a day. Oh, hey, next shift, or 12 hours a day, whatever it is. Next shift coming through, and that's it. Their lives suck. It feels bad. Because that's where the nukes are.
Imagine out there. It's like worse than the desert, because in the desert, at least you can tent. There's things going. It's in parts. It's dark. So many parts of the year you don't even get any sun. Apparently, come on, bro, get out of here. You get sun. Bro. Listen. We're being lied to, and that's why I'm saying I'm not bringing the conspiracy into this. I'm just saying when it comes to like governments and markets, and it's all fixed. It's all rigged, bro. It's all rigged. Everything's rigged. You know what I'm saying? And we're us being a part of it. We're sitting here trying to be magicians and timing it. Oh yeah. Who's a predictor? Who's the best football handicap and picker? Their Giants are going to win this week. Like you know what I'm trying to say? I mean, I'm a nobody. You're a nobody. We're nobodies, right? You know what I'm saying? What the hell? Why are we going to get shot? What threat are we to that we're going to be killed? Our lives are going to be killed by just going on land that's just all ice. Supposed to be all ice, right?
Maybe a penguin here or there, supposed to be. But yeah, that's what.
There's
that's
nothing there. Why are you killing us?
That's
and think
what.
about it. And think about it. If the world is, if it is a sphere, and it is a sphere, you will let us go to a certain point. Think about this for just a minute, right? Think about a sphere. Think about a baseball. On a baseball, circle a little part of the on the make believe that's Antarctica, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No matter what area, if it was the sphere was the truth, if Antarctica was really and it's on the South Pole and it's a sphere, that means there's a cap, right? But if you go to Antarctica, you're allowed to go, but you're not allowed to go to a certain point. That means there's an internal proximity of an inner circle of an area, because all around the outside of that area, like you can basically, go around the outside, but until you get to a certain point on the inside, you can't go. If it was round, if it was sphere. So that means if you just traveled the whole coast of Antarctica on the South Pole and you went all the way around the whole thing, you'd be just in the water, right? And you'd be able to go around the water and you'd be able to go around the outside. But once you got on the land for tourists, you'd be able to go up to a certain point internally in the land, but you wouldn't be able to go. So it's like in the United States, you'd be able to go to Texas, Oklahoma, you'd be able to go to Louisiana and you'd be able to go to Florida. But once you get into like the Kansas or the Nebraska, or the, into that area, it's out of limit that you can't go.
Yeah.
That why then that means, are you telling me there's something in the core of the South Pole that you're not allowed to go into? Or you're going to get shot? Why is there a treaty that you don't go? Because that's it. That's if it was a sphere, but it's not. It's not. If they went all the way to the edge as far as you can go, and there's a wall of ice. The other pictures, you can see it. It's 100-foot, 50-foot to 350-foot wall of ice. And if you can get up and over that, and you're on the land and you keep going, you're going to see something, because there's something out beyond that. Because it's just farther away from the internal part. If you look on a flat, listen, look, why only up until 1958 in all the classrooms and all the studies and all the histories and universities, why was there only a flat map at that? And even the United Nations symbol is a flat map. It's the same map. And if you look at it, there's 33 regions on the United Nations map. 33. Freemason, 33 degree. This is all reality shit, bro. This isn't like we're making things up. These are real facts. I go by facts. I don't go by nothing else, bro. I'm not talking shit.
Do you think that's why Disney has their Club 33?
What the hell? I don't know. I don't know nothing, bro.
Oh, my boy Potsy Weber. What we want to, he's pretty close. He lives pretty close to where Danielle's at. We go to Jersey all the time. We should meet up and eat what Mario eats. Eat some of that good stuff. Exactly that. So yeah.
That's my only thing. I like, the richest people in the world, like, what? I'm just making a point. Look, if you're a billionaire and you're a multimillionaire, all the like Mark Cuban, all these people, they don't care about the conspiracy theories. They're just freaking brainwashed, whatever they want. I don't care. Maybe they get the visit and they're just saying, listen, you can do whatever you want. You just can't do this. I'm just making a point. Yeah. If you do that, why are you not allowed to do certain things? Why can't you do that? Like, why are you not permitted to go to a certain point? And why was there Admiral Byrd? Why was he, is he killed? He just died mysteriously. There was a story on that. Like, he wrote a book and like he tells you, like, this is real stuff. It's not like a crazy guy. He was an admiral, bro. Doesn't get any higher. It's like, well, you're the boss. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. He's got no motive to lie. He was on. It's recorded. He's saying it live.
Do you remember? I don't know how long ago it was. I don't know if the guy was from New Jersey. The guy had a engine that he built that he claimed could run on water.
It did. Yeah, the guy. Yeah, the
and
guy.
Then X amount of weeks later, he's like choked. Like they killed him.
They said it was food poisoning.
They straight up murked that dude.
Wait. It wasn't just food poisoning. It was food poisoning, and all of his stuff disappeared. Man. They took all his stuff. His stuff was just gone. The family, like, they didn't know where it went. Sorry, got it. It's gone.
Oh
got to
wow,
take.
this is going crazy. This is going. I don't know what that is. I mean, I know that people use snake venom for a variety of anti-venoms and stuff. I don't know anything about that. You know anything about that? I don't know anything about that either. I will look
I
up
know.
Dr.
I know
Arden.
there are people. I know there are people
I will look up
that
Dr. Arden.
I know there are people that actually they induce themselves with the particular animal venom, whether it's spider venom or frog. They actually take a microdosing of it to build up a
You build up
tolerance.
that immunity. Yeah.
To build up a tolerance. But I mean, other than that, I don't know. You know what that's even. I don't even know if that's what that's about. You know what Justin's saying. But you know,
I guess that would make sense too. When Lucifer's only crime was that he loved God too much, and then he got murked for it. Same thing.
yeah, the 33. Master Mason. I mean, look.
I'm going to go deep down the rabbit hole on like Reddit/conspiracy theories tonight. I'm going to be like, guys,
you can only get inducted in, bro. You can only get inducted in. It goes real deep, bro. And I'm not turning this into an Alex Jones thing or what's the other guy?
David Icke or
David Icke. I'm not turning. This isn't that. I was just making a point that when we're talking about our markets and things possibly crashing or getting to a point where we have to have the great reset, or maybe we're involved in something. I mean, our currency is a mathematical equation, okay? And we are up against two factors. Inflation, that is a mathematical, it's an inevitability that there will come a point in time. You can't kick the can down the road no more, because the actual interest that you pay on that particular, obviously, loan that was given out a long time ago, it's going to come due. One day it's going to come due. And when you can't, and when no one's buying our bonds anymore, and we obviously, like a country like China has been buying our bonds for years, we had to make, what happens when you default?
You risk war with the shareholders.
No, you don't risk. You don't risk war.
You don't.
You don't risk war. You risk the first stage, which is they call the loans in, like the Depression. They call the loans in. You know what happens when a country calls the loans in? Guess what's backed by it?
Well, currently, right now, it's the U.S. government, which is nothing.
But guess what's backed by the if you can't make a payment? What China or any other countries that own the bonds?
What?
Our land. That's the only thing that the government has that we don't own. We as the people don't own.
Yeah.
And guess what? That's who becomes our new landlord. That's who becomes our new landlord.
Yeah.
It's just that's the problem. And you know what's going to happen before that happens? There becomes a whole new mathematical equation and formula to fix the old problem. And that's why we've had every so many decades a new system that's been put in place, and we're overdue since Bretton Woods and since Nixon took us off. We're overdue. We're 30 years overdue, bro. We're really 30 years. We're just like 2000. We're 20 years overdue. Like 2000 was 30 years. That's usually like the point where something happens. Like we're 20 years into it. 5 decades of
a lot of years
straight up inflation, straight up. We had inflation, but it's not, obviously a fiat currency, not backed by anything. Bro, this
kicking the can down the road.
We can't do it no more, bro. And because of it, I think in the last 3 or 4 years, we've had more money printed than the last 80 or 85 years combined. Imagine that. In the last 4 or 5 years, we have more money. That's insane. Printed than the whole 80 previous years or 85 years prior collective. That's insane. So, I mean, when you're looking at inflationary rates like that, it gets to a point where we become like that Zimbabwe style. And then when, how are we dealing with gas at like $5 a gallon and we're accepting it? No, we're not accepting it. People are charging on their credit cards, kicking the can down the road for themselves because they can't afford it, but they still got to live.
Yeah.
They're going to put your credit card, it's going to get to a point. And what happens? Bankruptcy. And bankruptcy rates have been going in high gear right now. Corporate bankruptcies are happening. And so M&As are happening a lot. A lot of merger and acquisitions are happening because it's better to, you can't beat them, you got to join them. So that's where the mergers are happening. I mean, we've had a lot of that happened in the early 2000s, and then obviously when you were talking when you went 2007, 2008, it was insane because that's when we had the crash. So we can be going through that again, but just on a global scale now. That was like the United States United States experience. Now we're going to do a global experience, and then when this happens, when the whole global system goes down. But what happens when global systems go down? What are the things that have been in common? In history, where you have global impacts, only two times it's happened: World War I and World War II. That's it. So this weird, right? Wow, only world wars when things happen like that.
Yeah,
this is bad.
And then there's a lot of those treaties that say, oh, if we're dragged into war, like 3 other countries have to be dragged in also because that's the last treaties that they had.
Yeah, NATO's got everybody obligated. And then people don't want to, like China don't want to do this because of that. And the Saudis don't want to do this because of that. Now they're like, oh shit, now you got Palestine, you got Israel, you have obviously a lot of stuff going on. And because you got Turkey up there all wrapped up into that whole little fence, and they got their inflation thing going on. It's bad, bro. And your South America's bad, Venezuela, everybody's who's adopting Bitcoin because they got no other option. Isn't that funny? It's so amazing. You got these other countries, they're going to Zimbabwe style. And they're, you know what? We'll do Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Wow. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient? Wow, you're getting countries just picking up Bitcoin and shit, becoming their reserve currency. Where the hell did Bitcoin become reserve currencies? That happens on a global scale because there's nothing else to happen. Bro, we see Bitcoin at millions of dollars a coin. It's crazy.
Yeah. I had my friend Brittany on the other day. She was stationed in Incirlik in Turkey in 2016 when the coup was happening, or the attempted coup was happening in Turkey. I was like, whoa, tell us about that.
Right at that. It was before that though. Yep.
Yeah, so that was in 2016. So the world's a wild place. Like, as much as we try to have order, as much as like I think order and chaos, I don't think they're opposites at all. I think they are they're like yin and yang. They're like within each other, because this is the world. I mean, the world has definitely gotten better, I think, in the last couple of decades. But yeah, many things, the government's, just spinning their freaking wheels. It's not good. But like I said, I think, with Musk buying Twitter, ensuring free speech, and baby steps, little victories here and there. Again, I always try to look on the positive side.
I mean, it's so funny because you had like Joe Rogan has been a great aspect for media. Like I want to say he's like a glorified Howard Stern. You know what I'm saying? So and say, because he always gets people that are on his show, and he always asks he's like hardcore questions, and he's got hardcore people. He's got real people, and he's asking real questions, and he hits it home, and people want to hear that. They want to hear reality. The thing is that it's like, okay, what are you gonna do about it? Like, think about it. Like, Musk was on the show smoking weed. It doesn't matter. I'm just making a point.
Yeah.
Could Elon Musk come on TV and say, I created Bitcoin? Okay. What's going to be? Nothing changes. He's still Elon Musk. He's still billionaire. He's still richest man in the world. Still got all his companies. Nothing changes. And all it does is what? No, not so what do you guys ask him? Why did you lie? Well, who cares?
Yeah.
And that's saying that he actually says that. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just making a point. We can have the preacher come out and say, I'm really the devil. Or what are you going to do about it? It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? All these conspiracies could come out and just show themselves they're already clear, but let's just say they show themselves even more clear and say, this is it. Yeah, it's fact. I mean, think about it. Biden or Bush could come out and say, yeah, it was a bullshit story. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? We can't do nothing about it.
Yeah.
We literally, what are we going to do? Revolution? That ain't going to happen, dude. No one's going to revolution. There's no revolution. The time's over. Those days are over. Like, people are not willing to die anymore, bro. People want to live. It's and some people are not, it's like, we get all these, strap up, those, the lefts want to come over. I'll shoot you already, man. I'll show you Republicans, bro. I'll show you Dixie dude, bro. And they got all these guns and shit, bro. That's our own people. They're talking about the left's like they're ready to shoot them. Like, do you see what the narratives created? These, I don't want to say weak-minded people, because whether I'm Republican or not or Democrat doesn't matter. It's causing internal. That's what they want. When you're talking about order and chaos, it's unfortunate, because the people are brainwashed based on the media and based on, it's just really horrible, dude. You know what I mean? And we're like maybe like 3 to 6 months away from something popping. So we can't do this forever, bro. It's got to happen. You know what I'm saying? And they're not waiting for, they're not going to wait for another president. It's just not going to happen, bro. I'm embarrassed, to be honest with you. I have a president. Like, are you serious, bro? You haven't seen one on TV. Every time he's on TV, he talks stupid. Like, I hear all kinds on TikTok, everywhere you look, on YouTube, and live speeches, shit. Like, bro, he talks about.
I think if he was like a normal, like if he was not president, if he was like well rested and he just like had a proper diet and wasn't under like the pressures, I think he'd probably talk relatively normally. But because he's like probably not getting like, yeah, he talks like almost nonsense. It's almost like, he forgets what he's talking about mid-sentence and goes, like in the middle. Now, I
mean, he has admitted it. He's legitimately came out and said, I forgot what I was saying. He actually says it. I forgot what I was saying. You're the president. How many times are you going to say, I forgot what I was saying? I mean, how do you say that so fluidly, like seamless, like it's, we got to just accept the whole conversation's now in a different conversation now, because you just forgot what you were saying. Sleepy Joe and what. I'm not saying I didn't like him. He was his vice president, whatever he did. And I'm just making a point. How he's representing. I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't believe it. I don't even know if he's a real guy. I don't even know if it's like, honestly, man, I don't know what to believe in. I just live every day and I kind of like push this other, what is really reality that I should really be focusing on. I don't focus on reality, unfortunately, because reality is what everybody shuns away, and they accept fallacy and they accept lies. Everybody wants to live by the lie and they want to push the truth away, unfortunately. And they don't want to listen, and they want to just be defensive, and they don't want to have conversations about it. They just want to, no, whatever. Yeah, conspiracy theory. You're just a weirdo, wacko. Yeah. Whatever. But I just want to have conversation about things. Like, you know what I mean? Like, can I like have a conversation about what the hell is going on and like give me some answers? That's all I ask. It's not like we're asking for fucking, we want secret nuke codes and shit. We just want to know like what's your plan, and give me like 3 or 4 full sentences without losing topic. And that's all I ask. If you can do that, bro, I'll leave and I'll believe you and I love you, bro. If you can't, you're fucking idiot, bro. And you shouldn't even be there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, what are you doing? And it's like, this isn't about Republicans or Democrats. It's just about human beings, human nature. It's a gentleman. He can't even fucking complete sentences. And I'm like, that's our land. We're leader of free world right there. Come on, man.
I definitely think in the last several elections where like we are like people still all over the world, like I think half of all PhD candidates in the US are foreign born. So we have like some of the best schools, we have some of the smartest people. Are the two leaders of the country, like the two people that you want to vote for, are they really going to be like these kind of old guys? Like I get it. Trump had like these amazing business deals, and you don't get to where he is with being stupid. I get that. But a lot of other people, that they're just old and they're so out of touch and they're so like, how do you, I don't get it.
You're 100% right, bro. And I believe that in business, it's like, you get to a certain point in business where you got to follow the same mechanism of whatever's making you money, right? But you need to change with the times. I have been a part of the nature of the pre-POS system time period in business to where we are now, where it's 100% POS system. I mean, there are restaurants that you do go to that have the old, writing on the guest ticket and putting it up, and that's how the chef, makes the orders, and that's how it's percent. And it's legitimately very very digital free, and it's pro paper, and even sometimes even no credit cards accepted. It's just all cash only. Does that exist? That 100% does exist. But for the nature of the majority of the entire country, and more so in the urban centers, it's all POS, because it's the efficiency. This is the age we're in. It has to do with speed. It has to do with less errors. It has to do with accounting. When you have all of that stuff, that's so much more efficient and quicker, and it's cheaper and faster. Because I can pump out more entrees. I can have more stuff more streamlined. We can organize things better. We can make more money. If we can make more money, isn't that the reason why we're here? We're here to make more money, so we can give better product to our customers, and have obviously our employees be empowered by paying them a salary or more money that they can feel worthy of going to the table with a good attitude, knowing that they have pride into their job, right? Yeah. It all comes with it, right? There are unfortunately people that just don't want to, change, and they don't. And that's a part of the, like you were saying with the old heads, they just have this old way of thinking. That's what I'm trying to say. We're 3 to 6 months away from stuff happening and popping off, because we can't continually keep going down this old person cycle. Baby boomers are dying off every year that goes by. They're dying. The biggest population boom from the World War II vets that came home and had babies, those generations are my parents. They are dying every single year now, year to year. They're going. And that was the largest population boom in history. And so that's the liability from a Social Security, from a health issue. That's a huge liability on our taxation event. Once they die, their Social Security is no more, they're done. A lot of their pensions get written off or handed down in inheritance or whatever, but that's it. So if they come off the tax roll. That's happening now every single year that goes by. But after we clear out, which is probably going to be another like 8 years, 7, 8 years, most of them, the majority of at least 85 to 95% are going to be dead. And with that said, it changes the dynamic of the money system, because now all of that liability that the government was putting out in entitlements, it's not there anymore. It's not there.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? It changes the scope of everything. It changes everything. It changes debt, and the Social Security system is already at its all end. Like we're already borrowing on time. We're borrowing everything, so that's why I'm saying the next step is cryptocurrency. The next step is the digital. I mean, CBDCs are coming through. Major universities around the world are doing it. BTC going to start tanking within 10 days. Brother, 100%, bro.
It might. It very well might.
And the alts go with it. I think we get a little pump before we get the dump. But last year I was in Florida, little bump. I was like, yeah, let's go, bro. I had some like leveraged things because I was like, yeah, we're going. I had Stellar. I had Bitcoin. I had things leveraged, and it was like an all-time high. Can you imagine? I'm borrowing at an all-time high, and I went through a little liquidation. It wasn't a lot, but I went through some.
Yeah,
and I learned, but not anymore. People have to understand. I mean, this is what we live in. Can we see a sub 20K Bitcoin? Oh, this is April 25th. This is April 25th. Okay. Is it possible that some kind of a black swan event happens?
I guess.
In the
greater
world,
than 0% chance. Sure.
Let's say something happens in the world that causes something like that.
I mean, it's possible, the greater than 0% chance, but I think between the war with Russia and Ukraine, and then, you had the pandemic, like if it was going to go below 20, like, and again, you have all these people buying, like,
really, you have all these people buying. Let me tell you something. You have all these people buying. Let me just say something.
Sure.
You know when you have a $3,000 Bitcoin that was as high as 20, and you have a $4,000 Bitcoin and a $5,000 Bitcoin at this time 2 years ago, where were all the buyers? Why was it so special now? And we're in a worst case scenario with war and COVID. And back then we were just going into COVID, which is uncertainty. Well, where was all the buyers then? Where's Michael Saylor then? Where was all these multi-billionaires all coming to market? Look,
exactly. They weren't in yet.
Really? What all the, listen, there's millions of millionaires. You know, all the entertainers, they're all multi-millionaires. Some of them are billionaires. A lot of them are billionaires. Why haven't they bought any Bitcoin? Why haven't they said they bought? Why isn't there any notion of them buying at least $100,000 or $200,000? Get 2 or 3 Bitcoin. Because all they have to do is just spend $1 million here and there, and they could turn Bitcoin up to 300-400K. Look at that.
So, I mean, I can't read charts like gods, but here's the thing, like what you're saying, like I don't think Bitcoin is the most mainstream crypto, but it's not like mainstream. Like you can only get it at like certain banks. Like if you talk to, it's so hard to try to get like to the masses about it, because a lot of people are talking like it's bad. Oh, crypto's bad. Like you have these woke left people that are just like, oh, it's bad for the environment, so crypto's bad, or
I'm sorry, say it again.
Bad
for the environment, yeah.
Yeah, so you have like a couple things against it. Same thing with like NFTs. A lot of people saying like, oh yeah, they're making NFTs, so you can't tell it was a rug pull. Like people that are on CNN Plus that are going on that has been canceled right now. But I assume you've seen the clip that talking bad about crypto and NFTs. And
I don't listen. I mean, that's the narrative they got to put. They got to put out so it slows the train down a little bit on all the bulls out there that want to get in. Oh shit! Wait a minute, hold on. What they say? And then you get all this like Bored Apes got hacked, and this got hacked, that got hacked. All these the recur. Everybody's getting robbed. And what was it? $600 million something dollars. What was that? Who got hacked over there?
Yeah, it was the Bored Apes. Yeah,
it was 600. I don't know, whatever, big thing. But I'm just making a point, right? I never bought a Bored Ape. I never got into it. Did I see him? Yeah. Was I in a big minute before it even came out? Yeah. Did I get $1 into it? No. Well, why the hell did I get into Veve? I got into Veve because of different reasons, but I wasn't looking at Veve's opportunity because of a Bored Ape or because of an NFT opportunity. Just like I didn't look into buying any kind of land in the Decentraland or Sandbox or even Earth 2.
Yeah.
It was in September. You were talking about Earth 2, and I was like, yeah, I heard, but I wasn't dipping in. I still haven't dipped in. I could have dipped in then.
Yeah.
Could have put in 50 grand and would have made a difference to me. Put it through 50 grand and would it even mattered? And
speaking of Veve,
what would it have been now? I don't know, but I'm just making
to the moon. but speaking of Veve, if anyone goes and they buy the floor of the resale, which is mine at 7,300, you will receive a 1-hour private video phone call with me. Not only receive that NFT, that utility. I have some big moves I'm doing. Same thing.
Let me see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's the Chavez Cat 5.
7.3K. You're under the floor. A 1370. That's not a bad mint, man.
Yeah, I'm under the floor, and that is not the only one I have for sale. The other one. Well, not the only resale. The other one is the Ben Riley, which is is 2,600, and it is like $800 below the floor. So, if anyone wants to buy those, you get a 1 hour. If somebody buys both, I'll give you a 3-hour private call video session if y'all buy both.
Wow, bro. Let me wait. What do you? But let's assume you have 10K gems.
Mm-hmm.
What is your move with those particular gems? What do you plan to do?
I don't want to say until it's over. Kind of like how Warren Buffett goes.
So in other words, you have a reason for what you want to do with them.
Yes.
Is it an instant transaction from if you sold them that you would want to buy right now, or is it more because you're holding it for something else?
It might not be instant. I mean, I guess if I see like a Fantastic Four #5 go out for like 1,300, yeah, sure. Like I'll buy like 3 of them. But no, it would be a little more. Well, maybe it would. It would. The time would depend on when these sell, and what other things are happening at the time that these sell.
Listen, I have my my Reso 57.
Mhm.
I don't honestly, I don't even remember what it's at. I could be at like 45,000.
Yeah.
I really don't even remember what I have it at, actually. But do I care if someone buys it? I don't even care. You know what I mean? I just put it there.
Yeah.
You know, I traded for it. If I get it, I get it. But if I get that many gems, I don't have anything right now that I really want right now, other than what I have. You know what I'm saying? It's not like a serious thing. But I just can't believe the Walt, man, hitting the, you know, I even 12K. Look.
Yeah, he's really cheap too now. Like everything's cheap. Everything. It doesn't matter what you what NFT you take from X amount of months ago to right now. It's all down a
Yeah,
load.
there's discounts across the board. However, MC1 Secret Rare still freaking expensive. It's not breaking, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's like that's like the one item. I mean, and a lot of the low mint Grails, they've been taken off the market, like maybe from the 30-day take, you know what I mean? Like how it just discharged off.
Fantastic Four #1 is at 13,990, so it's basically at 14K.
So it's like a partner.
Yeah, yeah. So that's not. I mean, and those are. So here's the thing with the Fantastic Four #1 versus the partners. You know, the Fantastic Four number was such a grail, and that goes for hundreds of thousands in low grades, like millions in a high grade, and it's worth $14,000. Like there was some account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gems.
Yeah. 14,000 gems. And again, that's even worse. So you could get this for less than 5 figures. First on the block. That's lunacy. There was this account, someone on Twitter like 2 weeks ago that bought like 7 of them from like 12 to like 15K, just absolutely swept the floor. You know what?
F1?
Yeah, F1.
Who bought them?
I forget what it was. I don't know if I mentioned it in a stream or a video. It was like 2 weeks ago. They put out a video on Twitter, and the video was them buying like 7 of the Fantastic Four #1s. And this is what whales do. As things dip, they go and they, you know, whales are always going to be whales. It's not like somebody that has, yeah, I got $50,000 put all in, then they have no money left. Whales can put in 100 to 500 grand, and they'll still be liquid for another 7 figures. Where if things dip, they could go, you know.
That's true. And I honestly, like, even selling those particular Grail MC1s to profit, like that was like, it was a significant and hard pill to swallow, but the deal was very fair for me. And so, like, you know, and it's like, you know, I look back, you know, without regret, you know, and but yeah, I bet on Best Buy and Opportunity NFT wise, absolutely, bro. That's why I got the Ultimate Fallout, bro. Right now, it's like all time. Why would I come in right now and spend what I spent on them?
Yeah. Well, last time we were talking, where I was drinking a couple of Arnold Palmers, a couple of spiked iced teas there. You got me to spend buy 11 alligator Lokis, and then next week I bought more. So this time, I will buy things that are slightly more expensive than alligator Lokis.
How many secret rares do you have in them?
17.
Do you have more than how many are listed?
No, I think there's like 24 listed. I have more common than are listed, but I do not have the. Yeah, I don't have the ultra rare. I have almost as much, I think.
No, I didn't have any effect, I think, on any alligator Loki secret rare with you.
But it was just that. Maybe it was like the day. It was like the week after. I don't know. I was also with Potsy Weber like that week after. It's like, hey, I just got a bunch of these. You should get one. I think he got one. Oh, alligator Lokis are up to like $1,600. Good times. I love this game. Buying a lot of them at like 800 to 1,000.
Listen, I don't own any. I thought maybe like a common or whatever I had gotten on a drop. I gave it to my wife. I don't know. Could have been on. I don't even know how this were released, but it's not a secret rare. And so whatever. But it's just some particular. Like I think the Fantastic Four 5 I had you grab. I think it was. I don't know if it was a good mint or just the fact that it dropped. I think I had advised you on that.
Yeah.
Other than that, that was dude. Those are freaking awesome.
Yeah, I think you had me buy the Fantastic Four #1 also, which I still have. So that's good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh, what'd you get? You got a low mint, I think it was, right? A low. What was the variant?
I actually wound up getting 2. I sold one. The other one I still have. I think the other one that I have, let me check on the mint. I don't think it's that good. Yeah, it's 43,541.
What?
So
secret rare?
Yeah, secret rare.
Oh, that's all. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's floor.
Yeah,
it's just about getting one.
Yeah, no. So I got one, and I'm holding that because I got that over the Walt because Walt is Disney's baby. Walt is something that you have a what do you call it? Okay, unblock that user. Or I think I did.
You just have one Walt?
I don't have any Walt.
Oh,
so the reason why I got the Pandas for #1 over the Walt is because Walt Disney's baby, that's going to the moon. But Walt is also it's based off a statue in the park, but there's no sales data for any physical partner statue. There's sales data for the MC1, Fantastic Four #1. So that's why I kind of went with that.
I honestly, just for at least the initial 11 golden moments initial set, that's all I have in low mints. And the Walt, the one that I have, the only Walt I do have now is obviously of the highest mint. Ironically, it's totally on the other end of the spectrum. However, it can in fact be the final and last mint. That's the only reason why I got it. I got it so cheap, and I've had it ever since then, and that's it. But I just have it for the set. For the comics, I have some really nice, those particular FF1s and stuff. I still have it for sale. My FF1 1420, ironically, 1420 mint, for sale. It's just I put it up. I have it for sale. I have the Risso 57 for sale. Those are just because they're extra inventory to other items I have. I have the FF1715. It's the second lowest mint, and it's just I just have it. And I got that so freaking cheap back then. I just can't believe what they are right now. You know what I mean? And I have the whole set. I have the whole lowest mint set, like #2s of the whole thing. Second lowest mint of every one of the variants. You know what I'm saying? Like at least what was released. And those that particular set, those are just that's my little group. I have another set of the FF1 sub 2000 mints. Of the whole entire set. In fact, I think the uncommon was like a 500 something still. But do you remember when I put on I did it as a appreciation. I put 2 of my I put the uncommon MC1 like 5 something.
Yes.
And I put a common 511 for like 500 on the auction, and I just let them go.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Gems each on the auction. I both got like $2,000 in gems each.
Nice.
Something around that. But nice what? That's like pennies on a 5. You know what I mean? Like you imagine right now, a 5 something uncommon MC1
and a 5'11". I mean, like common FF1. I mean, I'm just making a point that and plus gems being like 50 cents or 60 cents each, like cheaper. Some people I see for 40 something cents. That's like 50 cents each after like the fees and stuff. That's half price. So whatever the gems are right now, you're getting a discount. I mean, even the partners being sold for 13, you get $7,500 right now, real money. You can buy a partner statue right now for $7,500 if you have resources to get gems at 50 cents each.
That's nuts. It's nuts.
You could buy 3 of them for $21,000.
And yeah, God, that's insane. That is insane that you can do that.
I mean, I'm not, I'm just.
Yeah, you have one. Like, you're not trying to pump the bags or nothing. Like, you got.
No. I'm just. It's just nuts how the God entry, bro. I forgot his name. Jason, bro. I'm like retarded, man. I forgot. He's, you guys all met up and shit. I'll wind up catching him. He's over there over.
Over in Atlantic City. We met.
He lives
bought lunch, and I was a little tipsy. I was very tired when we met, but he was trying to explain the stuff to me on the charts, and I was trying to get it, but I was very tired and I was very tipsy. I was like, I know what he's saying, like is very technical.
What would you just go to, like Metro or something? Where do you sit down? What do you mean, like
We were in. Well, he met me at the poker table, and then he took me and a friend to lunch at a place where I like kind of shoplift. Like I ordered the fries, and the fries that I got were they were in like.
Where'd you go to bread and butter?
No, and then I forget what it was, but the fries that I got in a basket, I assumed the hotel we were at is where we were staying. We were in Tropicana.
Oh, I thought you were at the Borgata.
No, we were at. Did we go there? We didn't go there this time. We were at Tropicana, but we were staying at Harrah's. So I'm going, and I assume that we're staying in Tropicana for whatever reason, because I forget where we are. And then I take the fries, like, I'll just bring this down later. And then I like stole their basket, and I felt bad. I don't know. That was the whole story. I'm sorry.
That's crazy. I mean, I feel like like you're in a confession booth, bro. I mean, I don't want
to
say three heart. Say three heart. Chicky and Pete's. Yeah. Say that's Harrah's. That's Harrah's, Chicky and Pete's.
No, this had to be at Tropicana because Harrah's is where we were staying. Tropicana is
Pete's. That's the place that's in Harrah's, or they have the burgers and shit.
Oh, you mean the place by the pool?
What he just posted right there, Chicky and Pete's.
The place by the pool is something different. That's what you're thinking of. The place with the pizza in Harrah's. That's right by down the hallway.
No, not that corridor before you get to the pool. No. Oh, on the other side, over by the Harrah's poker room, down that way, there's like that little eatery. It's Chicky and Pete's. It's a burger joint over there.
Were we still in Tropicana?
Oh, it is Trop. He didn't put
Trop.
Trop.
Yeah. No, okay. No, it was Trop. Yeah. All right. It was making me question myself. I was like, oh man, I'm all confused.
Yeah, but Trop has that little area, that little eatery where you have like Carmine's and stuff, and then it has the eatery downstairs by Hooters.
Eatery.
Down by Hooters in Tropicana, down the escalator, there's like Hooters, and it might be down like there's like a bar down there and stuff.
I'm not sure I remember.
I used to play poker years ago when before the Borgata.
Yeah.
Before the Borgata obviously opened, I was obviously at the Taj, but then like Tropicana was like had a good poker thing, and then but I was at the Trop all the time. We used to get free rooms. It was insane.
Yeah. I feel you. Just got home from the gym, tuned in. There's a kid on the left talking to Mr. Bags. Yeah, I shaved. Not everyone knows yet. I shaved.
Yeah, bro. Babyface Finster. Bill, right. Take care, buddy.
Peace, Bill Gardner. Yeah, so I like I said, like regardless of what happens short term, nobody knows. I expect whatever happens, humanity to come out on top. We should be good.
All right, so we're gonna get earn pay to play or earn.
Yeah, the play to earn.
Play to earn. Okay. So what's going on with that?
Oh, in Fiches? Oh, okay. So let me show you something real quick. In Fiches, it is the Fiche they have mech suits, and the mech suit. Oh, did I not take a screenshot of it? Sure, I did. But they made mech suits, and the mech suits that are on them, they can fight with them. Oh, here it is. So this is what Brock had brought out before.
Okay, so what happens here?
So you can wager OMI on the fight. You'd be like, I bet I'm going to beat the other guy. And you could bet however much, little or as much OMI as you want. And like a certain percent of the OMI goes to Brock. And half of what he gets burned. So you don't have to have a fiche to play. If you don't want to mint, like a fiche for like $100 or 300, however much it is, you don't want to buy one or mint one, you can rent a fiche and you can rent a thing. And that's how you can play. And the only way you can rent one to play the game is by paying an OMI. He burns half of it, like 10 or 15, 20% goes back into the game, and some of it goes to him. So he's going.
Who created the game?
Brock Blockchain. It's on. Yeah. You haven't gotten into fiche?
No.
Oh, it's a wicked cool NFT project. It's you have these fish that are called fiche, and you have this tank, and you can enable portals so that other fish can visit your tank, your fish can visit others. And once you have this game, which is in beta testing right now, you can go and be on there's like a leaderboard. There's like a tier. Also, he does wicked airdrops. Like you get one thing and you get like a year's worth of airdrops. It's nuts.
All right, but let me ask you some questions. So
yeah.
How when you talk about this, all right, let me ask you this. You start with a fish, you start with a fighter already, and you can start fighting right from the jump, or you have to go through stages before you get to that point.
Yeah, you start with a fish.
How many different characters are the characters all equal in strength? Or do you build accessories on them and you could pay for things that make you stronger?
The fish, I think, are separate. Also, I just bought a walt. That's what I was doing. Yeah, so I just bought the floor of the walt. It was $12,000. I sold the reso. I have to take off my.
Someone bought the reso?
Yes, someone bought the reso, and I'm gonna take off my Ben Reilly Spider-Man because no way in heck does that deserve to be $2,600. So yeah.
Well, congratulations. I just asked you if you owned one. You said no. Now you own one. Dude, as I'm talking, I'm creating reality right now. I don't know what's going on. It's like a freaking conspiracy right here, bro.
It happens. But yeah, the fish don't have.
That's why I asked you that question. And what's your plan? You plan on getting? We're like, well, not really, but yeah.
Well, if I was gonna go and say, yeah, I'm gonna grab the wall. It's only $12,000.
You shave your
$12,000. This is like
facial hair. You shave your facial hair. I'm making points about how much something costs, and then you come up with, I got a wall, guys. Look at my wall. You little freaking fish. I like that, bro. You did like the magician, like the redirect, get you on a different topic, and
you have to.
Time you're buying some on the sneak. Nice, bro. You did that well. That was well. What was the mint number? What was the mint?
Let me check. It was all right. So we got an ultra rare. So I'm gonna go to my collectibles, and I'm going to see it was 1862.
Huh?
1862.
Better than half.
Yeah. So now
grab champagne. They said.
I didn't even. Where are we at here? Oh, thank you. Yes, it was good times. That mech suit looks like a sweater.
So let's get back to the fish now. So
yeah.
All right. So let me ask you something. So now it's in beta, but we could use it, or no? We can't use it now.
You might be able to if you have access to beta. I haven't tried it yet. I just saw the picture that he posted before, and you go and you can find out. There are airdrops. I don't know if you'll be able to outfit your mech units with anything because you get airdrops, and these airdrops, they're worse. Like somebody sold a golden shovel, which is an airdrop for like half an ETH the other day.
Let me ask you something. Hold on though. But when you're talking about airdrops, what do the airdrops do? They go into a wallet, or they go attached to your? Is it something that you can use it to like as a weapon to win fights, or they just?
So the airdrops that you get are specifically just to like decorate your tank, and some are common and some are like secret rare, and they go right into a lot. Some go right into your MetaMask, but some don't. Like if I go to Fish, all right, so the ones that I have on Fish, they're just my fish. That's my MetaMask. But if you go to the browser and you go to OpenSea,
how many different
fiche? Is there some? Is it one of a kind? Like you get one fiche, no one could get that kind, that style. It's not like like when you play Mortal Kombat, like you could play the same guy. Is it everybody's got a different fiche?
I've seen some that are very, very similar. There are a bunch that are wildly different, but I have seen some that are very, very similar that are probably the same. I don't know which ones are which, but there's also a story that goes with it too. Like the story, like there's lore, like these fiche are the future in time where humanity has ended, and you get emails that look like they're hacked. They're really cool. So I got, like, from the fiches, I got something called like the grinning. I got this clock cat. Now the clock cat everybody has. I have this thing called the grand old time, which apparently is like a secret rare, and I don't even know what I could sell it for, even if I wanted to.
Is it interoperable? That particular app from Brock, is it interoperable with OpenSea,
Yeah.
and other avenues of?
Yeah, it's on OpenSea right now.
Oh, so okay, so you can take those in. You can, but then when you buy them on OpenSea, is it like automatically go to that person's app, like in their app for use? Or?
Well, it goes to their OpenSea account, and yeah, I guess you could send it to. You can send it to the fiche tank, like the tank. Let me go to mine.
Is it a separate wallet? The fiche?
Oh no, I gave myself a random tank here. Hang on. My tanks. So I currently just have a couple of fiche floating around in there, and I could decorate my tank with any of the airdrops that I get. Like if I go to customize it, there's like a whole bunch of stuff that I can outfit it with, and he gives you a bunch of stuff anyway. And then
all that stuff is free. It's free. It's like the accessories to decoration and all that's free.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff, like here's the airdrops that I could decorate it with it, that he just gives you. Like he just airdrops it, like, here's yours. If you don't get, like, I got lucky, I got the Father Time, which is selling for like 0.14 ETH, so a couple $100. If I didn't get that, but I wanted it, I could buy it from someone. But you're just giving it for free, so it's like pure profit.
And what's the point to this? Is it all about a battle, a one-on-one fight? Is all it really is?
So now it is. At first, it was just kind of seeing what goes through it, because there is a story to it. There's a lore. It's like kind of like a Stranger Things meets almost like an ET thing, or like Sense8, and you can go and try to figure that out. And there's a whole Discord for it. But now it's getting to where the point that you can take your fiche and you can battle. And again, if you can't, you can rent out a suit from him. But it's all about play to earn. Like he laid it out. I did a video on it where you could conceivably get like $1,800 worth of OMI per month if you're just playing and battling, and that's on like the small amount of wages, like $5.
But that's a winning.
Yes, but there's also, I forget the video that it was, and I forget I forget the screenshots where I had to take from. It was a while ago. It was like a couple weeks ago. Oh no, here it is. You'll be randomly drawn to win a tiered prize based off each valid match played. So you don't even have to win the match. If you just played a valid match, they played as an entry into the possible selection for the random prize. You have the player who is paying per match will have their points tracked to their own wallet, so that the OMI they will pay will be, like I said, it will be split into 50% burn, 10% go into a prize pool, 50% in development fund, and 25% goes into a daily rewards pool. So this means that 25% of the daily take-in goes to the fiche holders who happen to play. Doesn't say that you have to win to get there, just that you happen to play a match that day. One match a day, 25%.
So is it every day that the actual release of that particular award is or prize pool is released, or is it weekly?
No, it's every day, or it seems to be every day, because 25% of the daily take-in goes to fiche holders. So that part's not clear, because it could be each day, or it could be like, yeah, it's going to balloon up and then it goes to someone at the end of the week or every bi-weekly or whatever.
Yeah, the Moon Boy just said 1121. Put Pags, any NFT you buy
on OpenSea automatically goes to your wallet that you connect to the site with. So it is interoperably automatic. And it just basically, that's just what it is from there to there. That's pretty cool. Pags, I have a feeling we're getting Strange Tales first appearance Doctor Strange comic. That would have some meat on the bone. Oh, it's 100% guaranteed, Marvelous. I mean, anything that has any kind of first appearance stuff with Strange, it represents a reality of a real life comic and a real like a metric of CGC census sale. And that particular value is there, as Ghost Rider did, as Ghost Rider was also. And I actually splurged in it. I will splurge in.
Oh, you have Ghost Rider?
Oh, I have 5 secret rares all under 1K.
People only understand. A lot of people only understand what they see in movies, and they see like Nicolas Cage being all like and taking on these like bikers. They don't understand that Ghost Rider has they've killed Doctor Strange, has beaten the Hulk, has killed Thanos. Like, Ghost Rider is a bad mother flapper, and he makes these super villains full.
I wasn't, bro. It's not just that. It's also, I get the phone call, and it's, hey, what's going on?
You're comic guy, yeah.
Really? I got to do Ghost Rider hard. You got it, bro. Thank you. Click.
Yeah, people don't understand how amazing.
5 secret rare sub 1,000 later, bro.
Get it, dude. That was a smart move.
Yeah, like a 291 SR. I mean, dude, I got all first. I got the Ghost Rider common 202.
Yeah. So it's like I said, the physical comic sells for hundreds of thousands. He's awesome as a Grail. Like, yeah. I love my Ghost Rider, and that. Oh my God, it's so.
It's
so
badass
good
stuff, man. And plus, I always love motorcycles, particularly Harleys. But I gotten, obviously, my motorcycle accident came on a Jap scrap. But don't get me wrong, I'm forever hardcore Ducati lover, and I'm just like totally love bikes and Ghost Rider on a bike, with the flames and the skull. It is cool. And you're like you said, don't let the Nicolas Cage thing get you. But I mean, like this Doctor Strange has been a pretty good, a big component, not only just with respect to like this whole multiverse and time zone, like, you've seen him in Spider-Man, in No Way Home is, this is like, it's really like the setup to this movie, especially being only like 6-7 months apart. And now he's coming back. Now he's got a hardcore, this like him now. And
Doctor Strange is so important, and he's so like cosmic and whatever. Like during and I know he wasn't really in like the movies yet, but during the comic run of Civil War, he's like, nah, I'm not taking sides. I'm just going to meditate. He plays a huge part in Secret Wars, like actual, like being so close to Doctor Doom's like first-hand man. He is, and spoilers, I'm sorry guys. He's another major important character that plays beautifully one of the most integral roles into that space. Like, it is, oh my God.
Yeah, and honestly, even to this day, like I even look at that particular set, and I think that's another undervalued item. There are a couple of Grails that I believe, for at least the commons, which are the actual representation of the comic, the real comic itself, have been they're just it's undervalued, and that's one of them. And I went hard, and I'm going to go hard. And that's what does he say there, Marvelous Pax? You were on point about that uncanny X-Men 4.
Yeah. And then he says he agrees.
Oh, I don't know, but I mentioned about the Miss Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch.
That was a good song. That was a good song that I heard.
Yeah, right.
But yeah,
you aren't too late for Earth 2. As things stand now, looks like Essence will be listed on an exchange with circulating supply around 150. That's cheap. That's not cheap. That's low.
Yeah. So here's what, and with so there's only 5 billion Essence that could ever be minted, and a ton of people. This is how stupid some people are. I don't want to say stupid because sometimes you need that quick dollar, you need whatever. They said that we don't want you to be able to use Essence as we were getting it months ago to pay for these things called EPLs where you can name your things and but you could pay $5 or $20 for these EPLs, or you could pay in Essence. People were paying in Essence not knowing what it was going to be, and it's going to be Earth 2's crypto. So I don't know how many tens or hundreds of thousands of Essence were burned just doing that and crafting jewels. So it's already got utility within the game, and there's only 150 million out there right now, give or take. Actually, the last figure we had was 121. I'm rounding up because we get more Essence each day. When this goes on, probably Q3, they just hired a guy from Binance. Most likely we're getting a Binance listing, and they have plans for multiple listings. So probably Binance, probably other things.
But Binance US or Binance.com where we can't grab it, but it's unless you have a VPN.
It's a good point.
Don't forget about that though. Let me ask you though, because I was interested, but I just talking Q3. I didn't think I thought it was like a year away or more.
So I mean, I guess it might be. They might say that. So here's why they got delayed is because the same C word mother flapper. Well, he who shall not be named, that's been dumping on us, that had, bad times for a Comey. He tried to do the exact same thing to Earth 2. He goes in there under the guise of like the real Joker, and he's trying to go and talk to the CEO, say like, oh, I've been invested in these projects, X, Y, and Z. And like all of them like got like rug pulled except for a Comey, because obviously, we have a great team at the helm that stopped it. And is trying to get, and this is why they were supposed to be on GoChain. This is how I found OMI in the first place, because that's what this guy was on. He was on GoChain, and he got a Comey on GoChain, whatever. And then they had to backtrack and be like, nope, we're not doing GoChain anymore. They finally caught that he was a bad actor, a bad seed, and they partnered with Polygon, Matic. So, but yeah, as a metaverse token, this will be like minimum $1, because you think like a metaverse token is only. Picture a metaverse token has $150 million. That's nothing. That's a fraction of what OMI is, and OMI has next to no utility.
Yeah, but is it circulating supply, or is it governed by the currency?
So the max circulating supply for Essence can only ever be 5 billion, which we know is much less than that because a lot was burned. But right now, the only things that have been minted are, as far as Essence, is 100. The last figure we got was 121 million. I'm rounding it up to 150 because make it nice and even. And that's it. That's all that there is.
What's the burn mechanism?
The burn mechanism right now is so there's two, or there's several. You can use it to craft jewels. Jewels you put into your properties so that they can spawn more resources, and you could use them to buy mentors. You could use them to buy EPLs. Which you can name your land. Like you can name your land. It's like consider it domain names. And then you'll be able to take Essence and improve your property other different ways. And yeah, like if this is minimum $1, but if it goes to, let's say $10, which would still put it at a $1.5 billion market cap, that's $10. And I have like 33,000 Essence. But the very charitable.
How much did you pay? How'd you get it?
So the only way to get it right now, so they get less and less each day. My mentors detected 93 Essence today, or Ether, 93 Ether, and I can claim that. And then, I transfer 93 Ether into Essence. The only way to get that is that this is how they're rewarding early user players. Is like I have 16,000 tiles, so I bought a bunch of tiles. And I outfitted them with things called mentors, because mentors are the ones that detect the ether, and it will detect more ether if you give them jewels, if you outfit them with jewels, and then you can turn that into Essence.
How much? What is it? 1-to-1?
1-to-1 what?
Ether to Essence.
It's supposed to be, but it's not. Like it said 93 Ether. I'll probably get like 50 Essence for that, or. So that's another thing. Oh yeah, It burns, and the jewels that you get each day, like I'll go to my resources and I'll get how many jewels I get today. So I got 23 jewels, which is not a ton, but you can go on the bazaar and you can sell the jewels for like 20 cents each. These were up to like $1 at one point, but they were also down to like 5 cents at one point. So it's kind of on the way up.
Okay. But the jewels themselves, right?
Yeah, you could sell just the jewels right now.
Can you just purchase just the jewels?
Yeah, I could purchase just the jewels. Like I can go and buy it, for 20 cents in the account right now. But the only way you were able to go and get this this essence is by buying property, outfitting it with mentars, and to get more essence, putting jewels into the mentars. You get like 10 jewels per mentar.
Do you do
get
that?
More essence. Yeah, I got all of it. So I currently have.
But is it automated? Is it an automated thing where you have like an auto setting, like an auto?
You have to manually put in the jewels, which
so every single day you have to go on that app and go do it.
No. You only have to put in the jewels once, but for each property you have, like I'm thankful that some of my properties are like 750 tiles. So I only have to put one mentar with 10 jewels for that. But some of my properties are like 10 or 20 tiles. They're not that much. So I have to go put in mentars and jewels on each property, which sucks.
Wow.
But you could, but you only have to do that once, and then it just recurs each day. So I currently have 35,000 essence, and that'll be, when this comes out, be minimum $35,000, because there's no way that a metaverse token that will have less than $150 million market cap. That's lunacy. That's why I think $10. So I actually made a video the other day saying that if that goes to $10, which is still only 1.5 billion of the largest metaverse out there, because it's a 1-to-1 map of Earth. If it's a 1.5 billion and less than half of Sandbox and Mana and Decentraland, then my bag in Earth 2 would be bigger than my OMI bag, because my OMI bag is very small.
Let me ask you this though.
Yeah.
Because I obviously, when going back to September, when we were talking about, I was just like scratching the surface on Earth. You had obviously in it. It was just one of the other obviously metaverses that were available. Obviously, It wasn't as known and stuff, and people did know, but it was more, it's like localized, like Veve, But you have you added since September anything to or your Earth 2 in the sense of land that you bought?
Yes.
And so, how much have you spent in actual physical money to get the extra stuff since then?
Since that, it's hard to say, but since then, yes, they did a thing where the original tiles that you could buy, we didn't know this at the time. We only knew that they were class 1 tiles. They start at 10 cents per tile. Doesn't matter if it's in America, doesn't matter if it's in bumfudge India, didn't matter. So what it did was, that was class 1. Then after a while, after like 100,000 tiles are bought, it goes to like class 2, then class 3, then whatever. But what we didn't know at the time was that every single tile that we were buying was called tier 1 tiles. And I think in January, they switched it over to be like, okay, guys, all of those tiles that you bought were tier 1. We're resetting the globe to all be 10 cents per tile, but they're going to be tier 2. So it's going to be less benefits, less things, less whatever. But you can get tiles in America for 2 cents, whereas tiles for tier 1 or for 10 cents. Because tier 1 tiles, before they had reset it in America, they were like over $60 per tile, and you could have got those for 10 cents per tile when the game started. I got lucky and I got in relatively early, and I was buying them for $1.50, $2.50, whatever, and to the moon.
But if I was to buy your land, what do I pay?
It depends. You could bid on it. Like you can't, if it's not for sale, you can't just buy it. If it's for sale, you could buy it for whatever someone wants to sell it for.
But like a buy now?
Yes.
Okay.
But then they have a bidding option, which was
like an auction.
No, they have a bidding option, I should say. Like you can, I'm selling product for say like 10 grand, and it's like, well, I'm only going to bid 8 grand, and I decide, yeah, that's fine. So what I didn't do, and this is why I'm doing the Veve, why I'm going to do the Veve.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I didn't do is I didn't pick special locations. This is a guy Wraithax that on my fridge. Wraithax on ETH, crazy domain guy, but and made a ton of money. What he did was he bought like major places. Like my friend Arya Realty would buy like Wall Street, buying like and these major places like the Statue of Liberty sold last year for like $65,000, and the White House just sold like a month ago or two for like $70,000. The Vatican, same thing.
Wow.
You know, somebody paid I think like $5 for these 4 tiles that make up the in Rio de Janeiro of the statue of Christ that's on there, and sold it for like $5,000. Like it just absolutely bananas because people love these certain locations because you're going to be able to go, and if people go and visit there virtually, well, you can go and charge advertising. And what's happening here guaranteed to happen in the Veveverse. This is why I chose that 10+% on land. Why I'm so bullish on this. Guarantee you that if there's a Disneyland or Disney World in the Veveverse, or even like a Bowser's Castle or Princess Toadstool's Castle in the Veveverse, and you could go and there's a fireworks show at the end of every night, get the fudge out of here. Don't tell me that that's not the land behind that or right next to that isn't going to be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well, how do you know? Yeah, and you know what? And because if you want to go see it, that's where you have to be, and you have to pay something to walk on that land or be there to visit it.
Yeah, either you have to pay to get in, or you pay a lesser amount to be right behind it. So I'm taking the lessons that I learned in Earth 2 and just absolutely running with it.
Yeah,
and again,
look, I mean that's obviously a great. I mean, the scope of what Veve creates is obviously we're not like we're not privy to that inside stuff, but you know, it's like we're it's all luck. You know what I mean? We're really not going to know, and then you got to realize how much you're going to be able to afford. You know, and what is it? What was that? What was that again?
He has 8,000 tiles. So he has half the amount of tiles that I do, and he has more essence than I do.
How does that happen?
I think it's because for tier 1, and I only have 9,900 or 9,600 land of tier 1 land. About 5,000 or 6,000 of my tiles are tier 2, but so that's what when it switched over. Yeah, I did buy more because it reset. And if I have let's say a lot of class 2, you know, I won't generate as much essence as class 1. So he might have less tiles, but he might have more class 1 than I do, and maybe that's how. Yeah. So
if you buy somebody's land, you get their tiles. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, you get their tiles.
What if you buy someone's land and all they have is class 1 tiles?
It's great.
Can you get land that only has class 1, or can you get land that or in other words, you were only able to get tier 1 if you bought early? Like you're not going to buy land right now, and it's going to be tier 1 anymore. It's gone, right?
Yeah, but I guess you can upgrade properties from tier 2 to tier 1, and for essence, like you can use your essence to upgrade it, and you kind of burn them short term, but long term you should be able to recoup that and be able to get more. So, but yeah, the only way to buy tier 1 land now is by buying it from somebody that's selling it. And I've had a bunch of bids on people trying to buy my places in South Africa and places in Jerusalem right now. I've had like 5 bids the last 12 hours.
And what happened?
I declined them because I don't want to sell right now. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
What about this is just an idea, bro. What about on our marketplace where we have something for sale, and we're capable of putting we get a bid notice, a bid notification on someone that is willing to make a deal with us, but not for the total amount that we're selling it for. Like say you're selling your resale for 7.3, but I just came in and said, I'll give you 6.8.
Yeah.
Like in the app, and we get a notification. Oh shit. You know what? Yeah. All right. Come on. I'll do it. Because honestly, I just did that with my when I was just collecting my ultimate Fallout 4 with the Miles set. His name is Pat something. He had the 428 and the 482 ultra rare
miles. In the set. So he had a
that's
428 and a 482, but his 428 was like 10 or 15,000.
yeah.
His 482 was 7.7K gems. So I hit him up and said, I'll give you 5. He said, Pags, I'm landing in a Boston airport right now, and I'm going to just put it for you right now, 6.5K if you want. So I took it for 6.5K.
Yeah.
I'm just making a point that negotiation and even possible negotiation, because a lot of people have accounts that are private. If a private account or not, if you get someone that puts up a bid option for your NFT, you because think about it, you may get into positions where a lot more transactions will be made, a lot more OMI will be burned because people are maybe just a little short of gems, or maybe they just want to make a deal. I mean, think about it, dude. We have something like my Risso, it's 46,000. I think I have it for whatever. If someone said give you 40 right now, and obviously it's all private and everything, I might do it.
Yeah,
but I don't have that option. You don't know. That's a great idea. I'm just saying, like, a bid option that you get a notification and it just comes through you, either through your email or through like your Veve notification you get when you get notified when either something sells or something's bought, or something on your feed, is notified, where you get someone like tags you on the feed and you get some kind of notification. I'm just saying it might increase the chance of more transactions.
Yeah. I would have totally done that, like it, because there's this one guy Julio that was undercutting me like a mother flapper. I started at like 7,900, 300 below the floor, and then he's like, "I want to do 7,800." So I do 77. He matches me, and he had a lower mint. It's like, damn. So I kept going below and lower with the reso, and finally I was like, all right, he's staying at 75. I'll go at 7,300. But yeah, if somebody were to say to me like, hey, yours is 78, but this one is 77 and it's a lower mint, I'll give you 74 for it. Yeah, 100% would have done that. But I was in a rush also because there was a vault there for $12,000. So I was in a rush to do that.
That exact thing happened to me with the Ultimate Fallout Secret Rare with me. The guy had like a 500 something, like a 5XX number. And I think it was like 13K or 14K. But the next one, there's not a lot of Secret Rare Ultimate Fallout Miles set. There's not a lot of Secret Rares listed, like sub 1,000. So I seen the 834, I think it was, and it was 10K. I told the guy on the 13K, if you want, I'll give you 10K for it. He had like a 500 something. He goes, no. Yeah. I said, if you don't, I'm going to buy the other one. He goes, I don't care. All right. And I bought it, and I bought the 8 something.
Oh, wow. You're not buying now, right? Like
someone just hit me up with that today. A 48. Might have been him. It was a C3PO 48.
Damn.
Dude, I got my C3PO, I got a 60, bro. So it's like,
that's good enough.
You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't going to make someone that's looking to buy it because I have my whole set. That set is going to get sold by the whole set. It's not going to like, it's not going to be an ooh-ah moment if I had the 48 or whether I have the 60 in that one item. But thank you, though. I appreciate it, dude. Trust me. For you, I would just hold it.
It's definitely not one. I think he meant 13,000, not 1.3K. That is oh no, the big. He's like super chat's the dude who got the number 48 C3PO for 1.3K. Unless M bought it for number 48 for 1.3K. That would have been interesting to buy it back in the day.
He offered it to me. He offered it.
So it was 1.3K, I guess, when it came out, and the dude must have bought it. Wow, that's insane. That's insane. Somebody put it up. I was waiting for Disney NFTs to take off. Speaking of taking off, we've been at it for almost 4 hours. You said you were tired like before this, and I was like, yeah, I won't keep you too long. We have to go for 3.5 hours.
Just conversations just keep going on, bro, and everybody just keeps coming in and making awesome comments, and I appreciate it. General's 1146 right there is my dude, bro.
General 16.9 right there. Gen 69, 1146.
Oh yeah, we love him. It's
you know,
great.
Boom. Bro, are you ready for the deal with him?
Yeah.
MC1 Secret Rare 1727.
Okay.
Fantastic FF1 Secret Rare 1420.
Okay.
Journey into Mystery Secret Rare 973. All three of them.
Yeah.
4 million OMI.
You bought it from him? Nice.
I don't even think it was negotiation, bro. He was just like, dude, I'm going full OMI. I'm liquidating everything. I'm going out of NFTs. I don't even know if I have anything. He's like, I'm just want OMI.
Okay.
Bro, MC1 Secret Rare 1727. You know, just the secret,
Yeah,
just the MC1 Secret Rare alone, a floor.
Yeah. And then
an MC1, an FF1, and a Journey into Mystery 85.
and then
all three secret rares, bro.
Jesus, that's nuts.
Fantastic, bro. I mean, the dude, you know, I made some great moves, dude. I appreciate, you know, obviously I think it's more so because, you know, coming on and being invited by, you know, great content creators like yourself and live stream guys like, you know, you guys like you, Cavell, Foster. I mean, everybody that has had me invited me onto the onto your podcast has brought me into the spotlight a lot more from different angles. That has caused a lot of the community to trust me and to you know, make the transaction and the experience a lot easier. And it's helped me out because I've gained, you know, some fantastic NFTs because of it. You know what I'm saying? And people like himself, people think about it. If I wasn't like, I know who the hell is Mr. Pags. They wouldn't know me for nothing. And me not making the waves I've made with my resources, Alvear, it would have never came to me and brought me the guy that brought me the Walt 45. I've never been contacted with some other people that have brought in some fantastic offers to me. I'm not gonna be wrong. They bring things to me that even if they're not a great deal, it's just a good deal. But I'm getting stuff that's one of ones, like, you know, the lowest mint of this or the lowest mint of that, you know, and I appreciate that, you know, and I you know, some of that I respond back to having, you know, being grateful for being invited to the show, because it's me being here and obviously sharing my experiences and what you and vice versa that has gotten that has gotten that for me. And it's great, man. Awesome. A lot of my collection is due to it.
I was definitely born lucky, and it seems that Dashi amplifies that luck and brings it to people that come on the podcast. I'm glad it happened to you. I mean, you were already, you know, very successful, obviously, before this, but yeah, being able to get these opportunities, you know, to get with that does come from luck. The opportunities for this are great. So lucky we found this.
Yeah, thank you again, bro. We'll we're gonna meet up soon. I know, you know, obviously the get together for some reasons obviously didn't work out. That's okay, but we can still, you know, but we can still hook up. You know what I mean? We got a lot of stuff happening. I'll be in likely.
They're going to Vegas soon, right?
I'm gonna be toward the actually Memorial Day is a Monday, so that Tuesday. Memorial Day is always Monday, the 30th.
Oh yeah.
The 31st of May, all the way to June 14th, I'll be out there. So I'll be out there for 2 weeks. But I'm most likely going to be on vacation a week prior to Memorial Day, with the family. So I have like a week of vacation with the family and then 2 weeks out there. But nonetheless, all this time period, you know, you know, whatever, you know what I'm saying? I'll always have my you know, my laptop with me, so we can hit up if there's a situation, because I know if something good happens or something bad happens, you know, either way there's going to be something to talk about.
Always, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And if the good things happen like they're supposed to happen, I want to real quick about the fiche. I just because I want to ask you this.
Yeah, sure.
When you battle, is it a wager? Like you bet someone would like, do you go in saying, I'll put up 500 OMI or 500,000 OMI, or what if someone doesn't want to put up? Do they counter and say, no, only 100,000? Like, how do you get the agree on how much is being wagered?
I haven't tried it yet, but I imagine it's like, do you agree on this? No. And then you could send like a counter offer probably, or something like that. So I imagine as long as it's agreed upon by both parties, probably beforehand, you could probably chat or something.
Is it a boxing match? I mean, how do you fight? Like, I don't get it.
I haven't tried it yet. Like he just announced beta like today. So yeah. So I don't know.
I mean, I just want to know how that works. So that's pretty cool. I mean, it's great. Does Veve know about? Does like David?
Yeah. So David Yu has a couple fiche. He was on Clubhouse like last year at some point. He's like, yeah, fiche are great. And this is not the only player. You know, you have Epico Regal coming out. They said they're going to announce it in May. Their partnership with OMI, and you're going to have that play to earn game as well. And then you have that third game that nobody knows what it is. A lot of speculation that it would be like a Pixion Games type thing, because the owner or the CEO of Pixion Games is on the board of OMI. So there's a lot of really talented people on the board. So who knows? We'll see. A lot of good stuff. I know that the Walt and that's how you stay so. I'll say that's how you stay so spry on the interviews. I have water. I'm on a diet, man. I just started the diet like last week.
Dude, I gotta go on a diet, bro. I mean, it's not even. I haven't really had. I'm not like heavy. I'm just look. I just got it mostly. When I gain weight, I gain it like just in my belly, in my legs, in my butt. Oh. I mean, that's where. I mean, not where else. Of course, that's where you put it out. But what I'm saying is like, I mean, like in other words, it's just like, it's just. I'm only stomach. You know, people, they gain weight. They gain it in their neck, their face, their back, their arm. I guess it's like pot belly stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like I'm eating a lot. It's so weird. And I don't, it's amazing. I don't feel like I'm eating a lot, but I'm not eating bad stuff either. So I don't know what's going on, bro. But I'm like right around 215 to 220. And I just can't break it no matter how much I don't eat or no matter how much I fast or water. I'm going to start pulling sugar out, I think, the next thing, because I'm not really a sugar eater. But I think I'm going to stop sugar and just try to just go straight up, eat whatever I normally eat, just no sugar though. That's it.
Yeah, I am wearing I have the Space Cat pants on, and then I got the pajamas on. So that is, but yeah, I have put on quite a lot of
what are you weighing?
I don't know. I'm doing this one based on how I feel and how I look, not really the number. So I'm not 100% sure. But of course, I'm losing weight like everywhere else before my stomach. So
okay,
you know
that's all right, man. I mean, listen, man. As long as you feel. I mean, it's important to look good. It's important to feel good. But obviously, when you, I mean, for me, it's like, like I have a little issue. Like when I lift up stuff that's a little heavy and I strain, as my back just kind of every single time just slips out a little bit. But it doesn't get me to a point where I'm old. Feeling just gets me to a point where I feel like I'm sorry, like, what am I doing? You know what I mean? Like, this is like ridiculous. I got to like start, getting in shape or doing something. And, but I'm just going to stop sugar like altogether. Like even like this stuff, like any sugar in my coffee, I've been already taking that out. Basically, any really juices, or I don't really think any juice, everything's basically organic. So whatever, but I'm going to cut it out altogether. I really am. It's over. I'm going to go strictly Fiji water like I always did. Yeah. That's all I'm going to drink. And back
in, I think it was 2017, I had it was just after it was like X amount of months after I got out of the military. I decided, you know what, I'm going to go really hardcore with the diet, and I'm going to go really hardcore at working out. I went from like 196. I got down to, here's me in the Deadpool outfit. I got really ripped. I got down to like 167. It was, Jesus. So it was me and the Spider. I'm Miles Morales here. It was me and the Spider-Man. It's stupid lean. I got stupid skinny in 2000.
You look like you were like fucking 11 years old and shit. What are you doing? What the hell's going on, bro? bro, you had no hair. You're babyface finster, bro, even more so.
Yeah, that was
like an elementary school picture and shit. Of course you were smaller. What do you think? I was
No,
only 135. Can you imagine? Yeah, bro, you were 5 foot nothing.
No, it was 2017. Like it was June.
It's crazy, bro. That's insane.
Yeah, it was. All I did, I cut out carbs. I was sprinting. I was just doing nothing but jump rope. So once it gets warmer, I'll start being able to do that stuff already and try. And I think a lot of people say like, "Yo, Randy, are you filling in for your older brother?" You know, because I took a bunch of years off while shaving. I think that I can regain much of my youth if I really put that onto it. Oh, I just got a DM into that Walt Discord. Can't wait. It'll be awesome. Yes, this is my new anime shirt. This is my new fairy tale shirt. I love it.
Well,
yeah.
Thank you for having me again, brother. A great conversation. Bro, whenever you want to hit me up on a personal level, get yourself a flat earth map and a globe, get them both, and I will live FaceTime you, and we can.
I will.
I can show you, and you're going to say this is impossible, and then you're going to say, wait a minute, and then you're going to say, wait a minute, and then you're going to say, what? And then it's going to be like me, where I'm like fucking blown away, and I'm like, this is impossible. I mean, there's no way that you're going to go from Jersey up north, up and over, up through Maine. Why are you going to go over Maine to go to Italy? Why are you going to go up and over, up through Canada, up through Nova Scotia, over Oak Island? You're actually west of Oak Island. Oak Island's actually all the way out in the water more. You're actually still west of it because it's a perfectly straight line going up and over. It's insane, bro. Whatever it is, it is, bro. Hey, have a good night. Thank you again.
I love you guys. Bye. We reached the 4-hour mark. We did it.
Cool. Good luck with your weight loss.
Yeah.
Maybe I will. I'll
for
pop.
OMI, there's a bunch of videos you can watch. I actually don't have the computer. I'm just on my tablet. But there's a bunch of videos you could watch. Yep. Thank you all. I'll catch you later. Thank you, Mr. Pags, for coming. Everyone say bye-bye to Dashi. Bye-bye, Dashi. I love you guys. Goodbye. Meow, meow.
Have a good one, bud. Thanks, man.
Meow.